pleased with how Seamus turned out.
All right, y'all. We're waiting on a couple of folks still, but I just want to let you know the stream is up and running now.
Cool.
Cool.
Hello, Twitch. I guess. It's gonna be so cool. Did you get a Leon? Did you get a prelude cutscene from Colby?
Yep, I sure did.
Yes. Colby, do you want us to share those, or do you want us to keep that private?
So that's kind of up to you all.
Okay.
I will lay out the warning that basically you all will only know of each other either if I've specifically told you of another character or anything they tell you.
Okay.
And you would kind of know this coming from this sort of Fey background. There's a lot of deception and misdirection and various plots moving at a time. And so you might, depending on your character, you might not want to be super forthcoming about exactly where you're from and who you are and what's going on.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Also-
reading through some of that stuff again, just so I remember.
Yeah, same. Also, FYI, his Ghost in the Nets aesthetic is kind of like a mix of cyberpunk and like fantasy organic.
That's cool.
Yeah, so like neon, like a fusion of like he wears a nice suit underneath his coat, and it's got like that kind of like cyberpunk like styling that's fairly common. Like
And
Like,
Leon would
sure,
recognize
and-
this immediately.
Yeah.
Basically, it would be common knowledge for you all, because you're both Fey residents, that
Yep.
right now the Fey is sort of split into 4 factions. There's the Seelie and the Unseelie, also called the Summer and Winter Courts. And they've been in an alliance since the Sundering, to sort of try and keep everything calm and under control. There's the Wild Fae, who are sort of the third party. They're kind of out doing their own thing, but they've always sort of been around.
Okay.
And over the last 10, 15, 20 years, this new faction has started coming up called the Neon Court. And
Yeah.
they don't have like the classic Fey nobles, these big figures of power, but they're starting to be influenced by coming back into proximity with the human world. Because Fairy is this sort of exaggerated reflection of the human world in a lot of ways. And so it's Fae who've started to feel this new influence and have formed a new court sort of outside of the others. And there's a lot of contention between the sort of Seelie Unseelie alliance who want things to stay the same, and the Neon Court who wants to throw the gates wide open with the human world and let everything change.
Gotcha.
Spoilers. Neon Court here.
Cool.
Well, and with your aesthetic, they'd see you and like, oh, okay, I know what that is.
Yeah. So it's very like angular cyberpunk, like men's formal wear type of clothing with like some like vines or like organic patterning with some neon edging and stuff like that. So it's fairly recognizable that I'm part of the Neon Court. I love the way Colby described it the first time. Let me pull up Discord. Try to scroll back far enough. This is like at the beginning of our chat. Jeez. So long ago. Okay.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We are live on Twitch, and we're still waiting on Tier and Pat. They were grabbing lunch real quick.
Okey-doke. Never used Roll20 before, but I'm signed in, and I think I got the extension and everything. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Join the game. You're not currently live in the game yet.
That extension's gonna help you out a lot, I think, because it'll
Yes.
help not to have to deal with all the new Roll20 stuff you're unfamiliar with.
Yeah, Roll20 will actually integrate some of these things. But because I already have access to all the resources on D&D Beyond, and the homebrew stuff is much easier there, it's better to just work through D&D Beyond and let it talk to Roll20 instead of trying to like run it in two different places.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool.
So I was reading to Leon the description that that Colby gave of like the aesthetic of the faction that my character is connected to. Combination of like modern technological and ancient natural elements, so trees wrapped in glowing fiber optic vines, solar panel leaves, circles of circuit and rune embedded standing stones, warping together Wi-Fi and the arcane. So it's like a fusion of like fantasy, like organic. I just read it and forgot how he put it.
That's cool. It's like a blending of the two aesthetics, though. I like that.
Yeah, natural organic aesthetics blended with cyberpunk.
Right.
Which is so dope. And he wears an overcoat, like black overcoat over a fancy suit. So he's got that kind of like that like cyberpunk styling of like a men's suit in a cyberpunk world, where it's kind of like got the like more angular edges and like maybe like strips of neon or something like that, like neon highlighting. But it's also got like the pattern of the fabric is like a like natural like my brain's just not coming up with the words. Like nature, like plant pattern, like twisting vines and stuff like that, or whatever.
Yeah, it's very like techno organic vibe.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like the image of solar panel leaves on top of these trees wrapped in.
I pictured that whenever he was describing it. I was like, "Ooh, that's cool."
Yeah. And for context, Leon would be fairly familiar with this. Locke, you would have been hearing about this, but maybe never actually seen anyone. Because the only people crossing over officially are mostly Seelie and Unseelie, with just a handful of Wild Fae. Legally, no Neon Court is in Queensboro. Which is also something for Ghost to think about.
Right. He's not unused to like operating outside of legality.
I definitely have thought of Locke as whatever he does know is kind of a question about whether it's really him knowing it or if it's a little bit on the, he's a diviner, so it could be kind of just his own crazy intuitions.
Cool.
Also, just sort of headcanon, Locke, you have several different rings of seeming. And my thought process there is that you might actually be one of the people making these.
Ooh, nice.
And you would have a couple because you actually know how to like tune them a little differently. And so you could throw on a different face. Because theoretically, you might have multiple personas that are interacting with humans out in the world.
Sure. Yeah, I could be a little psychopathic.
Nice. Also, one of the prepared spells that I gave Ghost, because it seemed appropriate, is Disguise Self. So he, if need be, to evade the cops, he can just like. I'm thinking like for flavor and the fact that he's an artificer, it's not so much as like casting a spell that changes it. It's more along the lines of like,
Technology, maybe.
yeah, like cyberpunk, like hologram type of technology, like
Well, and you described like a big jacket or cloak. It would make
Right.
sense that there's almost
Maybe
sort
the
of
cloak is the thing.
what?
yeah,
That'd be cool.
yeah, like it's built into the coat.
Yeah, like you're just
That's
running
amazing.
magic through these sort of bioorganic circuits, and it just
I'm also kind of thinking of Deadpool's in comics, like holographic emitter that that he can use to completely just disguise himself. That like passes in and out of functionality. But I'm thinking like that. It's like it's basically like a near perfect like holographic disguise, essentially.
well, and one thing that'll be a big factor for you potentially is that your disguise self spell is going to work against Fae, and your ring isn't.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. So disguising self disguises me to both Fae and humans, but the ring is essentially an already active disguise of the fact that I'm Fae versus humans, right?
Yeah, so it's basically just there so that like as long as you're wearing it, you're not getting like stopped on the street kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, I am certainly not going to complain about getting new magic items at the last minute.
Right.
But I will say that just in terms of RP, my character's been doing this kind of touch and go disguise game for a long time. About a century, actually, because he's a gnome. And he's at the point where he's getting freaking tired of it. In the sense that he's getting mad at the world for not being able to accept his actual form. So, can't guarantee that he'll always want to play the game, but he has definitely played it before.
Cool.
Well, and
Is he native to the Fey realm, or has he spent more time in the human realm?
My understanding is, and DM can correct me, Locke was not from the Fey realm, but was actually some of the few Fey that remained here after
Gotcha.
the splitting of the two different universes.
Okay, so he was born in the Fey realm, but he was stranded in the human world.
well, no,
Or
he
at
would
least
actually
he
be
can't
like
afford-
native. Like the Sundering was about 1,300 years
Right,
ago,
yeah.
and so
myself.
it was very abrupt, and so there were some Fae on the human side who got left behind, and some humans that got left behind on the Fae side.
So his family has been in the world for like in the human world for like 13 generations or something.
Yeah,
Right.
he knows how to use a smartphone.
Yeah, exactly. Which is also part of why Locke is tired of hiding, because his families and generations have been doing it for a long time.
Right, makes sense.
That's cool.
So he kind of feels like an oppressed class. He's actually worse than an oppressed class because he doesn't technically exist to everyone else. You know, people don't actually know that he is a gnome.
Yeah.
And
He just looks like a short person.
And Leon, you would actually be in kind of a strange boat where you have a ring of seeming. I kind of imagine your other persona is just like big burly guy with like white wife beater, very tight.
I almost think of like a I don't know, just like a bodyguard, some kind of burly bodyguard kind of dude.
Yeah, looks like he is either coming from a boxing class or going to one.
Nice.
But you would actually be a well-known, not super well-known, but you'd be like a minor public persona because of your role with Tyr's character. You're sort of the assistant to the deputy ambassador, which means that you occasionally show up in photos as yourself, not your ring. And you would be sort of a known figure to humans and Fae,
Okay.
especially like official people. You'd have some connections with like if local police have to deal with a Fae issue, they're going to check in with you.
Oh, cool.
as an expert, basically.
Cool.
I'm
And,
almost thinking of like so the idea the whole the ring is so it's like I have like a human form and my race form. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but the trick with
Okay.
the ring is it's very, very like the lowest grade magic. That's how
Okay.
it's like so cheap and sustainable.
Right.
And so it doesn't work against non-humans.
Okay.
It's very narrowly tuned to sort of their visual range. And
Okay.
so if another Fae sees you, it's just sort of like a hazy outline.
Okay, cool.
So they could kind of
Oh,
tell
okay.
what you look like, but
I'm looking at the description right now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
I also tried to rename stuff as appropriate in some of your backpacks.
yeah, I saw Terheim. I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
It's honestly, I'm not very good with a lot of the Celtic pronunciation, so I'm just going to butcher them all the way through.
Fair enough.
Oh, I have a whole new skill called technology. That's
Yeah,
Yes.
and you're one of the only ones who's actually proficient in it.
Fuck yeah.
Yet I still have a +3 modifier somehow.
I mean, you're still a smart guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm a rather smart guy.
Just don't get too excited, man. It's fine. I'm here.
Well, being a cat, that's definitely an issue sometimes. Oh, also, Colby, another thing I wanted to run past you. The tabaxi.
Wait a minute. You're a tabaxi?
Yes.
Okay. That's just. I think the DM understands why I might care about this for RP reasons.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
there's a tabaxi and a Leonin.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
cool.
thought of that as soon as I found out what both of your backgrounds were, and that'll be fun.
All right.
Yeah. I'm thinking of ways that my background will or will not mesh with this. This will be fun.
Nice. But I wanted to run past you though, Colby. The Tabaxi Obsessions is something I definitely want to work into the character.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically like a fixation that
Yeah.
they have. And it has like it recommends possibly like rolling a result every few days in game to like reflect that you're like have a changing curiosity, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there might be a different way to do it that would make sense character-wise. Like the ones that they list are a god or planar identity, a monster, lost civilization, wizard secrets, mundane item, magic item, location, and legend. And I think it would make sense for him to just be constantly obsessed with the Cait Sith.
Yeah.
Cool. And also he has the quirk that when talking about something I'm obsessed with, I speak quickly and never pause, and others can't understand me.
Well, and
So-
and something that I've mentioned that maybe hasn't come up with your all's characters as much. The Fey Courts they're not just like an organization or an institution. There is a powerful sort of magical, almost spiritual element to it, where the very powerful Fey embody this domain of Fey nature, and they have a really powerful effect on the Fey below them.
Yes.
So like if any of you had played a cleric who was Fey, the Fey gods are the Fey nobles.
Okay.
So like to the Fey, the Cait Sith is a god.
Yeah.
You know, Titania and Aurora and Mab and the Morrigan, all of these figures, Hearn, they're not just tangible leaders, but they are also like objects of worship.
Gotcha.
So that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so just like FY, you get me talking about the King of Cats, I don't stop until someone makes me. Like I like in real life, I can certainly talk about like a topic for like 2 hours straight because ADD. So I'm real good at just like mouth vomiting about like a topic I'm really interested in.
So
It's easy to play that in character.
your divine cat is that like your what god version of a fat cat?
Okay, I am so sorry.
It's all right.
No worries. I just threw on my Twitch. This delay brought to you by Arby's.
Excellent.
Well,
Yeah,
especially
but-
after you eat Arby's, totally makes sense.
I underestimated that it's Saturday, so between traffic and stuff, like, yeah.
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 Oh, while we're
good.
waiting for Pat to get rolling too, if y'all want to hop on Roll20 and let's make sure all your tokens are set up correctly. If they are, you should be able to go to the on the right side of Roll20. There's 7 tabs. The third one is your journal. Yep, there you go. And you should be able to drag and drop your name
Actually, it's the
onto the
second one
map
for us, it's not
and
the third
drop
one.
your token, and then be able to move your token.
Yeah, it's a second tab for us, not the third one.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I have a whole nother one that's just other tokens.
Yep, my token's working.
Okay, where should I be going? Sorry, I'm totally new to this.
Just
It's all good.
pull it onto the map.
It's
I'm
kind
in
of a learning
Roll20.
curve.
What do I do?
So click and hold on your name, and then drag it and drop it onto the screen.
Yeah, the right side where you have chat, the next one over is called journal, and you have your character right there.
Do I go to join game?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
if you haven't already, yeah.
Okay, like I'm serious, like never actually touched roll.
No worries. It'll actually make way more sense once you hit that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Two. There are 2 ghosts. There are 3 ghosts. I didn't realize I could do this. I'm very entertained by this fact.
Another thing you can do is if you go down to your chat bar, you can set it to your character name. And if you do that, it will change your little profile icon to match your character.
Ooh, yeah. Cool.
Okay, so how do I find your game? Playing any of these games?
If you go to just roll20.com, there should be a button to do My Games, and then should be a list. If you haven't already joined the Roll20 campaign from that link you sent earlier, Discord.
Thought I had, but I'll go back and do it again.
Oh, and Tyr, you might want to turn them off. Your Beyond 20 rolls are also throwing into the Discord for our normal Saturday game.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me fix that.
I do that all the time. I start playing and then my Discord starts going off, and I don't know why.
Nice.
Curtis is going to be so mad at me.
Spam!
I don't know how to delete the extra ghosts, by the way. I'll leave that to you.
A plague of cats.
Hello.
Oh, we have more voices. Hello?
Also, I recognize Leon. I've been talking to Locke's player. Who are you and who are you playing? Sorry. I don't know anyone yet.
A helpful way to keep track is if you actually go to the Discord, everyone is listed by character name, parentheses, real name.
Right. Okay.
Let's see.
So Pat's playing Roland, and Pierre's playing Bryn, and Zach's playing Locke. Cool. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
And I don't know if you can see yet.
Nice.
Pat, do you like that Roland?
Was that?
Do you like that Roland? It's on the. You might have to look at Tyr's screen.
Let's see. Oh, I do.
Awesome. I think it's actually The Witcher in a modern setting, but it felt like it made sense.
Right.
Oh, how do I change my profile to my character, my icon again?
Oh, that's
Or my token.
on the chat.
settings?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just change it to
Down at the bottom it says as, and you can select either your name or your character.
that's weird. Okay. So you should be able to drop Locke onto the screen now. For some reason, you were in there twice with a different name.
Okay. I don't know.
No,
what
I'm
that
gonna
is.
switch to. I'm gonna switch my camera off just because I keep like paying attention to it.
Okay, so I need to drag my name,
There we go. That's better.
my icon from somewhere.
Yeah. You have the chat bar on the right. If you look at the top, there's another tab immediately next to it called Journal. And if you click on that, your character is listed. And you can click on that name and drag it onto the screen.
Sweet. Found it. Feel like such a noob. All right, cool.
I'm only marginally less of a noob than you are.
We've all been there. It's alright.
This is nice though. I like the grid and everything. Cool.
Oh, it's super helpful, especially like I barely got into D&D right before
There we go.
the whole quarantine stuff started, and it's been super helpful.
How is everybody?
Doing all right.
Good.
We're
Very
psyched.
excited for this.
Now we'll give Pat control of Roland.
My mom wanted little dude for the day, so we should be good for a while.
Awesome.
That's perfect.
And popping
I have
out.
a little guy. I have a little guy as well, but the missus is taking care of him.
Yeah, when it's both of us playing, it could be a little difficult,
Oh yeah.
especially because he's so young.
Yeah.
How old is yours?
Almost 15 months.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Mine is turning a year old in a week.
Yeah, so it gets worse.
He's pretty chill, honestly. Like I hate to say this, like I probably could play with him on my lap, and he wouldn't. Like he'd probably last like an hour without interfering very much.
Nice.
He was super chill, but
Those
yeah,
days, they are gone.
Thanks, Tier. I have so much to look forward to.
You do. You've got a lot to look forward to.
He learned how to people, so it kind of got a little more complicated after that.
Oh yeah, I got a nephew who's almost 4, and he's crazy.
Oh.
All right. Well, we have everybody. Everyone's played before in some form or fashion, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, not this form, but yes, I have played.
So we won't dig too much into D&D basics. Instead, just to go over what's usually called safety tools. I don't envision anything too wild coming up, but if we ever hit something in the game that makes you uncomfortable, anxious, you can just say something in the chat, or you can throw it in the Discord, or you can even send it to me as a private message. If something is absolute full stop, you are not okay with this, same thing. You can just say, now let's move on, and we'll move on.
For sure. It's just fun.
And again, I always say it, even if I don't think I'll need it, because it's always going to come up when you don't think you need it. So there's that. If for some reason you needed to do anything sort of stealthy from the party, you can send that to me as a Discord message. I might also send you
20
something
also has Whisper,
occasionally.
right?
What?
Whisper GM.
Yes,
Roll20
you can also do it through Roll20. And I might send stuff to you all that way as well if something comes up. Last game, someone got flung into an abyss separate from the party and had an entirely different fight going on than the rest of the group.
Oh jeez.
So that is that. Our setting today is called A Crown of Cold Iron. It is a world that used to be a traditional D&D world, and then something happened. There was a terrible war between the humans and the Fae, and it went on for years and years. And two of the rulers, two kings, who were powerful sorcerers, finally got together and decided that the only way to stop the violence was to permanently separate their worlds. And so they completed this massive act of magic called the Sundering. But it had unintended consequences. Not only did it separate the Fae and the human world, the cracks rippled outward and separated all of the different dimensions from one another. So all the things that sort of defined that world, the monsters, the magic, dragons, very active, involved deities with clerics and druids, all of those things were sort of pushed to a distance. And so the world was able to develop into one that looks a lot like the one we have in the real world today. Big urban cities with concrete and cars and Wi-Fi and cell phones. But about
Basically, the Industrial Revolution happened.
yeah, it once all of the magic and things were sort of removed, the laws of physics stabilized a little bit. Science and technology became more possible, and the world kind of got onto a what we would think of as a historical traditional track.
Right.
The religions of this world are a little different. The continents and names of places are different. But the core concepts are very similar. But something started changing about 10 or 15 years ago. The world started to realign. And this influence between the two worlds started to leak through. And finally, a few years after that, an ambassador from the Fae came and addressed the World Council of Nations and officially entered into diplomatic dialogue with all of humanity. So fast forward a bit, there's now this sort of uneasy, growing relationship between the humans and the Fae. There's official embassies. There's sort of dialogue back and forth, but the actual movement between the worlds is still very tightly controlled. There's a handful of like naturally occurring gates that are very closely controlled by sort of a joint group from both sides. There's also gates that are opened by powerful Fae, but they've agreed not to do that. And so this exchange of magic and technology and information and people has been very controlled up to this point. If any other questions come up as we go, especially if it's something you think your character would know, just ask and I'll either tell you or have you roll for it.
Okay. Remind me again, though, is Leon connected to the Sealy?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Technically,
this is a little spoilery for Leon, but I think people would know this. It'd be a sort of scandalous story. Leon was attached to the Sealy, and because of a personal event, he broke an oath that was sworn by the Sealy court. This caused him to be exiled from the Sealy, and he's actually now under the auspices of the Wild Fae.
Oh, okay.
And so you're sort of a representative of the Wild Fae, serving with the Sealy ambassadors. It's a little scandalous, but you seem to be an upright fellow, and so folks have kind of gotten over it.
Cool. Yep.
So our story begins.
Also, can we real quick, Pat? If you look at the bottom of the chat window, you can chat as Patrick A or as your character's name. Do you want to select that so we can see your character portrait? Perfect.
Awesome.
Cool. That
Mine isn't showing Locke's portrait, but it is showing the right name, so weird.
Yeah. I was also slightly confused by that. Oh well.
Yeah, I managed to change the name, but I don't really know how to change the portrait.
You
It's
don't need to change the name. It's just down at the bottom of the chat window.
yeah. There's an as box, and if you change it to Locke, it won't just change the name, but it'll also change the picture.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's in the
It's
character
on
journal
Roll20 under the chat box.
under the chat box. Okay.
Yeah, there's just a little box at the underneath where you type that says as Locke Nold. and then there's
Okay.
a drop down for your character.
Okay,
There
there
we
we go.
go.
Thank you. for
No
bearing
problem.
With me and everything.
Awesome.
No worries.
Beautiful portraits. All right. And today's game is powered by a lot of things. Discord, Twitch, of course, and then we're using Roll20 for maps. But we're using D&D Beyond for stats, and those two programs are talking to each other through an extension called Beyond 20, which is very, very handy.
Seriously.
All right. So, our story begins high in the sky above a vast but unfamiliar metropolitan city seated atop a bay. But there are familiar towers of concrete and glass scraping the clouds, sprawling blocks filled with life and bustle. Cars honk and jockey for position in overcrowded streets. Pedestrians stream like ants down the rushing sidewalks. In a dozen neighborhoods, millions of humans living their lives. But not all humans. Here and there, scattered amongst the milling crowds, a pair of pointed ears, purple feline eyes, a diminutive woman dancing above the crowds on tiny opalescent wings. Everywhere they walk, the crowds part and stare. The Fae have come to Queensboro. And something else is coming now too. Up above, from the clouds that drape the towering heights of the city, snowflakes continue to fall. And we zoom down now into the city, and we find ourselves spiraling down onto the edge of a beautiful university campus. A short, older man stomps angrily through the crowds of undergraduates. He is shedding loose papers into the snow without regard, checking his watch every few moments like he's waiting for something. A prospective student tour attempts to move around him on the sidewalk. He turns and growls, a deep, ferocious animal sound, and the whole group subconsciously steps back a few paces. Blake, describe your character for us.
All right. Just in physical terms?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Locke is appearing to you all. He would appear as just a short, as the DM said, a short human, disgruntled. He teaches things like rhetoric, communication, even debate, things like that. But doesn't seem to be listened to very much. In fact, yeah, much like our own day, nobody really wants to have a sort of civil debate. So he's continuously frustrated by this, and it's sort of very much that is why he is aggressive around prospective students and people who want to come to college, because they're really not there for him. He thinks they're there for the party. They're there for social events. They're there, the courses are just sort of an excuse for everything else.
All right. So, Locke, it's almost time. You've been a snarling, snapping bundle of nerves for 3 days now. It'll happen any second. You watch impatiently as the last second finally ticks over. The alarm on your watch begins to chime, and at almost the same moment, you feel an icy flurry of snow spray across you. You can feel it, just like he said. You hurry along, and the shadow behind you is of a great beast. Our vision turns now to a little shop, tucked away on a street a few blocks away. A garish neon sign above the door reads, Midsum Pawn and Fine Goods. The shelves are lined with the usual junk of 1,000 pawn shops like it. But past the counter, through a simple door marked Employees Only, down another hallway to another door, this one heavy in wood, carved with layers of gleaming runes. Behind it, in a dingy back room, there is something odd. On the ground, there's a series of circles drawn out in some kind of silvery paint or chalk. And above it, well, something most folks wouldn't see at all. Above it, there is a shimmering distortion in the air that wavers and swirls. Through it, a keen eye might catch a glimpse of great trees and the faint traces of neon. Then a young man stumbles through the space, seemingly from nowhere. Well, not a man per se.
Mm-hmm.
And Ghost, will you describe your character?
Yes. To humans, he looks like an athletic, like runner build, tall man, about 6'3". And to humans, he looks like he'd be in the Yakuza, like a background character, like next, like standing next to the bosses, not like a big bulky enforcer, long and like tall and lean, definitely built like a runner. He's got 4 large like slashing scars across his face, and his eyes are steel gray, dark gray hair. Looks late 30s. To anybody that can see a little bit past that, though, they would notice that his eyes aren't just steel gray. They're very much feline eyes, because he's in fact a tabaxi, with like blue-black fur, and sharp claws, dressed in a like cyberpunk suit with some like techno-organic like patterning on it, and a heavy overcoat.
All right. So, Ghost, you have arrived in a dark chamber of unusual design. To your phase sensibilities, the cubic room feels boxy and unnatural. The only window is so dirty that almost no light passes through. The floor underneath you has a thin and uncomfortable carpeting that feels unpleasant on the pads of your paws. On a table up against the wall near the door, you see a large bundle of items. The large bag has a strange material you are unfamiliar with. You pick at it for a moment before you find a strange metal tab that causes a mouth to open on its surface with a high-pitched whir. Inside, you find several weapons of unusual make, all matte black metal and dark grips of some material you're not familiar with. Atop the bag, you find a small bracelet of unseelie silver. It glows faintly. As you reach for it, your hand wavers and takes on the illusion of a human. The note next to it is simple. Cat, wear this, take these, leave quietly, avoid notice. And it's signed with the letter B. You make your way out of the shop, awkwardly rubbing at the new bracelet that seems to be disguising your appearance. The noise and sights are strange and overwhelming. More humans than you could ever have imagined are milling in every direction. The streets and buildings are gray and dead-looking, and giant metallic vehicles honk and stutter about down some kind of central road. You're just beginning to wonder where to go when you feel a sudden jolting burst of cold. Someone has opened a demand. A powerful fae is creating a tiny, overlapping pocket of fairy, only a short distance from where you are standing.
Okay.
We zoom back now, and we center down onto a series of very nice but unusual houses. There's a lot of brick predominant, but you also see interesting touches of different cultures. The last house on the street, and the newest, is the strangest. There are trees growing up around it that are casting this silvery luminescence all around. There's flowers that have never been seen before poking up through the landscaping. And by the gates, 2 sharp-eared, tall young men armed with both firearms but also long silver blades stand at attention. Our camera zooms in to an upper window. Not the corner office, but a nice window. And we find a large humanoid lion. Every day you wonder if this was a good idea. You have something the humans call an office, a cage of wood and soft surfaces for sitting. There are a variety of talking electric boxes and windows scattered across the room, and you do not like any of them. You sit on the sturdiest chair you can find, hoping it supports your weight. Leon, can you describe your character?
Yeah, so I'm a huge, burly lionin that has a competitive nature. I'd say his human form. The more we talked about it, I kind of envisioned him almost like a Batista type looking guy.
Yeah.
And he's got a nature for fighting, but I'd like to think he likes more casual clothes. He's not like a businessman or anything. I guess that's why he feels awkward in that setting as well. But he likes to fight for a living, and he's kind of also made a name for himself in underground fighting rings and cage matches and such, to kind of fuel that competitive nature. And yeah, so that's who he is.
Excellent.
Nice.
A high-pitched racket fills the room, and the pocket of your pants dances and jumps. The infernal pocket box is screaming again. You draw it out delicately with your massive paw, careful not to scratch or break this one. You poke at the green circle that activates the voice magic. The familiar voice of Detective Avery cuts through. Whenever Avery calls, your day is always better. There's something to be done. Hey, Leon, I need you to rush. I think we got another one of these kidnappings, and this one is hot. The magic guys down here are pretty sure it's something from your neck of the woods. He gives you an address. It's just a few blocks away. We zoom out again, and we find a young woman sitting down at a cafe enjoying a late lunch, underneath generously placed heating fixtures. She is impeccably dressed, but the sharp-eyed might notice that the ears that disappear up into her hair don't seem quite right. Bryn, please describe your character.
Oh boy.
No.
Bryn is small, slender. Like you said, with her long hair, nobody would be any of the wiser that she's actually a high elf. She's young, at least as far as elven terms go. She's not even 90 yet. But she looks like a passable, late 20-something, human being. She's a warlock. Let's see here. What am I forgetting? Probably like the most important stuff. She is a noble. Of course, I forget everything that's important. Let's see. She is the second most powerful Seelie in the human realm at the moment.
Oh wow.
But she's basically like really not much like less than the dude above her. But she mostly just handles paperwork, stuff like that. All the stuff the other guy doesn't want to do. But yeah, that's.
Is she a known entity to other Fae, Colby?
Oh, yes. Honestly, you would probably have heard of her on either side. She would be like showing up on like, maybe not appearing on the shows, but she would be in like pictures that show up on like national news programs.
Okay.
She is the deputy ambassador from the Fae. Her boss is like the face of fairy in the human world.
Gotcha.
The very highest ranking of the Fae don't come over for metaphysical and political reasons. And so she's kind of the person who gets stuck with all the administrative work of managing this otherworldly group of people.
So sorry, Bryn.
So Bryn, your lovely lunch is interrupted when your cellular device begins to vibrate and make loud noises. You have received what they call a text message. You almost have the hang of this phone thing now. There's not much like it in Fairy, but you've been doing research for months before you arrived. You even had the tech support, something like that, at the embassy show you how to customize the ringtone. You were particularly proud of that. The wailing siren sound means the message is from Detective Avery, the local constable in charge of incidents involving the Fae. It reads tersely, "New kidnapping. Analysts say magic for sure. Already called Leon." And the message ends with an address. Just as you are paying your check and preparing to summon one of these human transportation services, you see him again. It's been several weeks. The silver-haired human. He's crossing the other side of the street with some haste. He doesn't seem to move with the crowd. He somehow flows through it, outpacing it quickly. You're closer now, and he seems to light up your vision like a beacon. In the middle of the flurrying snow, you feel a warm, sun-touched breeze wash past you. It looks like he's heading the same direction as the address you received. And now we pan to the other side of the street. A silver-haired man hurries his way through a crowd. He steps sure-footed, even across the ice and snow, perfectly in control of his balance and motion. He dances among the pedestrians, and they hardly seem to notice. He is moving with urgency towards something. Roland, please describe yourself.
Sure. Okay, so Roland's a kind of an average height looking guy, kind of a slender build. He looks like he's he kind of looks like he's in between being in his 50s, but not quite. Kind of like you know he's older, but he ages very well. He pretty much just kind of wears like normal human clothing with a jacket over top. Kind of has that like grizzled stare going on. Despite how intimidating he might actually look, he's actually very sweet and does not give off that intimidating vibe when you actually talk to him. And he usually has a flecks of acrylic paint on his hands from being a painter, so you often see that sort of thing. And that's about it.
Cool.
Is my mic on? Was actually talking. Okay.
Yep, I'm talking to nothing. Roland, you don't quite know how you know it, but you need to be somewhere. You've learned to trust your intuition more. There's an insistent tugging in this direction. You can feel a sort of cold breeze blowing towards you, something separate from just the simple weather around you. And as the sense of urgency rises, it's hard to tell anymore if you are moving smoothly through the crowd or they are just subconsciously stepping out of your way. But your pace picks up. So at approximately the same time, all of you arrive at an unusual sight. As you got closer, all of you could start to feel it. You all have various senses that are attuned to the otherworldly, and there's a clear impression of frigid power pouring off of this space. The distinctive feel of fey magic is weaving into the human world, and it leads you to a wide business block, not far from an expanse of sprawling Queensboro suburbs. The streets here are wide, and the intersections are filled with blinking lights. A parking garage rises off to one side, and you see a dozen or more office buildings of various shades of concrete and square. But most notable is the snow. The rest of the city is still slushing its way with just a light dusting. But here and only here, there seems to have been a self-contained blizzard. Ice and snow cover almost every still surface. And yet, the cars and pedestrians continue unabated. In fact, now that you're closer, you can see them actually moving through the snow and ice as if it wasn't there. This is a demand, a slice of fairy interposed over the human world. A powerful fae is exerting their power here, but you don't see any obvious central locale. What do you all want to do?
First, I just want to check my mic. Like, I think it's activating weird. I don't like. If I'm quiet for a minute, Let me know if you hear anything coming over my mic. I think it might have been like very slightly picking up you talking in my headset, Colby.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
You sounded fine to us.
So you didn't hear anything like when my
No,
mic was flashing? Okay, cool.
no, you're good.
All right, cool. Just double checking. I think.
By the way, I've
Ghost-
dropped you all onto a new map. And if y'all will just drop yourselves at the center of that southern intersection, I'm going to kind of drop you onto different corners to reflect you coming from different angles.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's
Oh.
quite small.
Oh, oops. Drop myself back down here.
Yeah. I think Ghost would definitely be cautious, like maybe like waiting in a doorway just to see what's going on, trying to stay out of sight, because he knows he's not technically supposed to be here in this world.
Can you explain what we're seeing again?
Yeah, this map's a little more crude because there's not a lot of great modern maps. So this looks like it's an office district. These are mostly like not like the big, massive downtown skyscrapers. These are like 2-3-story offices, maybe like little law firms, accounting services. You know, companies that have they're all a bunch of like 3 names and then an acronym.
Gotcha.
There's a large parking structure. There's another empty parking lot in the northeast corner. There's cars moving up and down the streets. There's some parked up ahead. Yeah, and there's snow everywhere, but the cars and people just seem to move right through it.
That's not a good stealth check there.
I think Locke would like to find somewhere discreet. I don't know. Are there like any kind of booth? Like, is there like a telephone booth around here, or is this actual contemporary day in terms of technology?
Oh yeah, this is the equivalent of 2021 in this world.
Okay, cool.
If there is a telephone booth, it's like falling apart.
Right. I guess he'd want to somehow maybe go to some kind of alleyway around here. Like, would this be considered an alley where I just put him in?
Yeah.
Okay. I think he'd want to go in there and make sure nobody's in the alley and just cast Detect Magic and see if he can ritually detect anything that's of note.
All right. So to clarify, are you ritual casting or standard casting?
Ritual casting.
Okay, ritual casting does take 10 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, so you're starting to do that. What's everybody else doing?
I was just reading my spells, and I think Ghost is going to cast See Invisibility.
Ooh, excellent.
Huh.
Duration, which is 1 hour. You see invisible creatures and objects as if they were visible, and you can see into the ethereal plane. Ethereal creatures and objects appear ghostly and translucent. Oh, cool. It drops it right there. That's handy.
All right. So to go with that, I'm going to have you make a perception check with advantage.
Okay.
All right. So you cast the spell and you begin looking around, and oh yeah, excellent. So this sort of shimmering wave of energy flows through your coat, and parts of it light up, and you can see patterns of like fiber optic vines and circuitry leaves, and they light up in all of these colors, and then your eyes start to glow in a different color. And you can see very clearly now how this other sort of plane of being has just slammed across the human realm. This isn't a naturally occurring space. This is a powerful fae exerting their influence over magic to bring a part of fairy into the world.
Okay.
The snow and ice are a reflection of this thing's power. And you also notice something else. There are large shapes, sort of half concealed by the swirling snow, moving between the block of... Whoops. You all can't see my ping right now, can you?
No.
No.
I learned my lesson last time. If I'm on the GM layer and I ping, it doesn't show up. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yep. Right about there,
Side.
you see flickers of like lots of little blue lights sort of pinging back and forth, and 3 very large shapes moving through.
Sorry, I accidentally disconnected from the game somehow while trying to zoom.
Oh, no worries. So you see that. Also, just to share, all of you kind of vaguely see each other.
Can you reping where though? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. In the middle of the street.
Yeah. Between the parking garage and the line of cars parked on the opposite side of the street.
Gotcha. Okay. Was
And just so it doesn't catch you by surprise later, there are like cars still moving down the street.
Mhm.
I just noticed
I've
one
never
of them.
seen a car before, right?
No, actually, Ghost, this would be your first time. You literally like your entire experience of the human world is like the last 10 minutes running here.
I'm
Wow,
40.
That
What?
would be freaking terrifying.
You've heard of them,
Yeah.
but you've never seen them before.
Okay, yeah. This is he's very concerned. He's definitely gonna try to stealth and just like hide in the corner. And is doing a really shit job of it apparently.
I mean, to be fair, you're used to hiding in like a very natural environment. Even Fey cities are very much sort of grown organically for the most part, not like square and it's just a totally different style of hiding. And you're trying to do sort of natural forest hiding dead smack in the middle of a quasi-urban suburban block.
Right.
Like, people are kind of like looking at you, the pedestrians going by, like, huh, that's okay. All right,
Yeah.
what else do folks want to do?
I'm going to wait for the crosswalk to open up, and I'm going to start heading north, trying to get a closer look at what's going on.
The human who knows how crosswalks work.
I think I'm the only one that knows how it would work.
So
I mean, I know how they work too, but my guy's not going anywhere.
You make a perception check as well.
Ghost kind of like moved up to this corner and is very awkward standing there.
All right, anybody else?
I'm going to just keep walking down the sidewalk and until I see Bryn, and just come up like right here, and just kind of just looking around, kind of and assess things.
Cool. So, Brent, you see your faithful Lieutenant Leon come running up. You all notice, because you were contacted by them, you don't see the police here. Like, this is close to where you were going, but you realize you're still like a couple blocks away. But obviously, you feel like this seems important, whatever's happening here.
Right.
Also, the two of you would know, Bryn, because you've handled all of the sort of immigration requests, and Leon, because you would probably have made it your job to know what Fae are in town.
Right.
No one who's supposed to be here can do this.
Okay.
Hmm.
Good to know.
Just for like brevity's sake, is there something like equivalent to the police in Fairy?
It's a little bit trickier in Fairy. There's like sort of knights and champions of the different courts.
Okay.
And then there'd be a lot of like lesser fae serving under them. What you would know. Oh, wait, I should ask. That was Ghost asking, right?
Yes.
Yes, you would be familiar with this in Fairy. The Neon Court is a little more freeform. They don't have sort of as many formal structures in place.
Okay.
You have no idea what's up with police in this world.
Right.
Like you,
Yeah.
you kind of guess maybe it'd be similar, but you don't know. All right. So as you all have been kind of looking around, Locke's spell finally goes off. He's been sort of weaving these circles of magic into the air, layering one atop the other. It's sort of a slow, methodical process that takes a lot of focus. And then finally it finishes, and suddenly the world is awash in all these different colors of magic. You see conjuration magic and evocation magic and enchantment magic, and there's a distinctive fey quality to all of it, almost like a flavor. And you notice two things. One, there's a center point that's sort of moving down the street, almost like the source of this magic, or like the focus of this magic is mobile. But you also tenuously see like a strand connecting it to something else far off in the distance that you can't quite place.
Like moving this way?
Yeah, so it's sort of moving down the street, sort of at like a normal walking pace. And there's like a strand of these interwoven forms of fey magic that are stretching off to somewhere else.
Gotcha. And technically only Locke can see this, right? See the
So
magic.
You said evocation, magic, enchantment magic, or
Uh,
what were the other types?
Yeah, evocation, so it's creating energy. Enchantment, so it's affecting minds and like affecting people directly. Conjuration magic, it's things that have been brought from somewhere else. And it's illusion magic, it's concealing itself.
Okay.
Ghost, you're kind of seeing something happening here. Technically, it's not invisible. It is very, very well hidden, but the insight is kind of similar. And actually now, Ghost and Roland, you all are very close to each other. So Roland, you fully see that there is just this tabaxi on the corner. There's sort of an outline around him of a vaguely humanoid shape, but like there's just a tabaxi dude standing out here. And the two of you have sort of been looking around, and when you kind of peer closely into the middle of that street, shapes start to become clear. First, you see these little, almost like clouds of zipping lights that are sort of moving around each other, blue and white and green. Oop. I will make them visible as I say that they are. You also see two very large shapes sort of stalking low to the ground. They're almost as big as a car.
Oh my.
And in the back, you see a very large, vaguely humanoid shape. And as you sort of focus on it, your brain sort of adjusts to the illusion, and you can see it fully now. And actually, all of you find yourselves it's like you change frequency. The people on the street fade away, and they become sort of translucent and distant. Suddenly, you're standing in like you're up to your ankles in snow, and you can feel it, and it's so cold. And stalking up down the street are two massive, icy white wolves. They're literally, it's like their hide is made of frost and ice, and their breath, even in this frigid air, is like crystallizing as they breathe out. You see these swarms of lights dancing around, and behind them is something horrifying. It's probably a 10 or 12 foot tall humanoid shape, but it's clearly not human. It's covered in this thick, crystalline, icy fur. You can see what looks like maybe dried blood in its fur.
Yikes.
There's all sorts of like malformed, like horns and protrusions coming off of its face. Its eyes have this sinister glow. And you're close enough now to see it's carrying a human child. I'm going to need everybody to roll for initiative.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Kid shows up and roll for initiative.
I would
First
like
boss
the,
fight, human child.
I think my character at this point, DM, would not this isn't initiative wise, but just in terms of communication. How would you pronounce the wolf's name? Gwildy?
Yeah, something in that neighborhood. We're
Okay,
playing a little fast and loose with our Welsh.
Yeah, I don't know Welsh either. But anyway, Gwilgi, Locke would try to talk to him and say, "Is this you? What do you?" He would try to somehow ask for his guidance before attacking.
So, like, talking to one of the frost wolves?
Well, no, he's trying to pray basically to the apparition that he had in the past.
I see.
All right.
My guy talks to crazy things, so it looks like he's talking to himself. Probably.
Yeah. So you offer these sort of guttural lupine growls into the air, trying to make yourself heard. And the response, to put it in canine terms, is sort of a quizzical head turn.
Yeah. No, I have dogs. I know what that is.
You get the impression that the Gwilgi, these should be part of his domain, probably. He's sort of the lord of dark hounds, of all variations of that. But something is strange with them. It's like something is interfering with that power, that domain of his.
Okay, so so I would get this distinct impression that Gwilgi doesn't know about these things, or isn't behind their operations.
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans. Thanks.
All right. So we're waiting on 2 more initiative counts.
Roland rolled a 20. He's switching browsers.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, he's just swapping over. It was being a pain letting him log in.
Where do you want him, DM? Where do you want us to put him?
If you click on D&D Beyond and you have Beyond 20 installed, it'll actually shoot it right on over for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't want us to physically roll it.
I mean, if you're dead set on it, but this automatically adds all the modifiers and stuff for you and gives us a record of what got rolled where.
It makes it easier, but
Yeah, cool beans.
Also, Colby, if we wanted to share your stream with like friends and family, what's the channel?
Yeah. You just have to let them know that they are not allowed to give you any sort of inside advice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm throwing that in the Discord now.
Okay. Just
There's also
Okay,
Tears
have-
channel as well for the player side view.
Yeah, I shared tears.
So I
Not
rolled it.
around my
I
network.
rolled it on D&D Beyond, but I don't know if you got it, DM.
It did not come through.
Okay,
Do you haven't you installed Beyond 20, right?
I did. Yeah.
Click on your like features and traits or description, and it should like sync it properly.
Yeah, it said that. I got that sync message a while
We-
ago. But I'll try it again. Here we go.
When I'm not on the Love Thy Nerd Discord, a bunch of the emojis that I like are not available.
Oh.
Oh well, we can play with that in the background. Just tell me what you rolled, and we'll go ahead and start plugging along.
Sorry, Firefox is being a pain.
No worries.
I think I was just letting
So
him know that-
Locke, just go ahead and give me a roll, and we'll plug you in, and then you can play with it as we go.
His initiative was 20. He put it in the chat over here.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got Roland's. I think it's Locke we're missing.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, Pat, I think you need to install Beyond 20 on different browsers individually.
It should be on there. It's just being a pain because it decided
Alright.
to jack up his
You just
character
want me to
sheet.
tell you my initiative?
Yeah, yeah.
DM?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's a total of 20.
All right.
Dang, we all got.
Nice.
I
Couple of
finally
us got
rolled
20s.
decent. And
I love it. That's a good way to start.
All right. A lot of excellent rolls. So, Bryn is first. You have been just sort of plunged into this other reality, but you're familiar with this. Like, this happens around you. You've interacted with a lot of powerful Fey nobles, so you know exactly what this is. What do you want to do?
okay, so that's a great question. This is why I usually roll terribly, because then I don't have to worry about acting first.
I guess you could also
Uh,
fold if you wanted to as well.
That's
Is-
true.
Is every box 5 feet, DM?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I feel bad
Well,
for the non US users of D&D because all of the math gets really wonky when you have to convert it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
All right,
yeah, never mind.
what's Bryn doing?
That is a fantastic question. I'm just kind of like staring at my character sheet, like,
I mean, just as a general warlock tip, when in doubt, Eldritch Blast.
Oh, yeah.
nah. That's
Yeah.
kind of what I was thinking.
For sure.
All right, well, let's see how that goes.
All right. Yep, that hits. And actually, you're level 5, so Eldritch Blast fires 2 bolts. So go ahead and which one are you targeting?
I might as well go for this one that's a little bit closer.
The front
If
one.
you hold click, you can ping
Yeah.
it.
Awesome.
There we go.
All right. So go ahead and roll damage. All right,
click the
4
second
damage
time.
on the first hit, but you got another one, so roll again.
Yeah, it's working.
That will also hit.
Nice.
Inside tip, I say that really confidently, but I hadn't actually looked at the AC yet, but it does hit.
Oh, okay.
So what does Bryn's magic look like?
That is a fantastic question. I hadn't even thought about it. Like I said, it's my first time playing a magic class, so, you know, you can make fun of me all you want.
That's all right.
Hey,
It's
Cross,
always a
thanks for
learning
the,
curve.
raid.
What?
Let's go off of this cool picture. It comes out in like a bright light blue flash.
All right. So this diadem of power that sits on your head flares, and you're maybe panicking a little bit. Field work is more Leon's thing, and the Fae have not been at war for a long time, and so you just go and you just boom these two giant bolts of eldritch energy, and they smack into this front wolf, and you kind of hear it. Oof!
Oh no, not the yips.
It maybe wasn't even quite sure you all could see it yet, and it knows now.
Oof.
All right, do you want to move?
Yeah, let's move a little bit closer, but not really like. I guess it wouldn't hurt if I'm like kind of in the road, huh?
Or you're
Yeah,
gonna
you
put
actually
your
like
other-
step through like a phantasmal car passing by, and like it feels weird for a second, but doesn't harm you.
Cool.
So you're now kind of up against one of like the low walls of the first floor of the parking garage.
Perfect.
All right, Leon, you are next. You just saw Bryn fire off a couple of shots and go take cover around that corner.
Alrighty. So I'm going to move up as well and say, huh?
I think so good too, by the way.
Okay, cool. And I say, well, I didn't expect to get my hands dirty this time, but I'm all about it. And so I'm going to come up. Wait, let me see. So 5 feet. Well, let me see what my range is, just to make sure. 35 feet. Okay.
I didn't know my steel defender is a doggo.
It's whatever shape you want, but yeah, that works. I mean, it would
Love it.
to me it makes sense that it would probably be a cat for you.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
A Mastis-sized metal cat.
All right. Well, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna kind of come up over here, kind of where Bryn is at. About 30. I'm gonna use my full movement. Let's see. Here we go. And then. Okay. So I think for now I'm just gonna hold since I'm close range. So I'm just gonna hang out right there and kind of be in her area since I know she's a warlock and kind of fulfilling my role there.
All right.
I'm squishy.
And you do have the option as well. You could either throw, use like a hand axe.
Right, I thought about that as well too.
You also have another option that doesn't get explained super well. You can hold a reaction
Okay.
and basically say if something comes close, you're gonna if an enemy comes close, you're going to attack them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
So
So
I'll
that
hold
uses
that.
your action, and
Yep.
then anytime between now and your next turn, if an enemy approaches, you can use your reaction to attack them.
okay, cool. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, that puts us on Locke's turn.
Okay, so I'm assuming those gray blocks are buildings, right?
Yes.
But they're ethereal now?
No, the buildings are still fairly solid. It's mostly the people and the cars that have kind of phased out.
Okay,
There is an
so where are
alley
these-
if you go north.
Right. Right. And what are the green blocks?
Green is just grass.
It's just grass. Okay. So the shortest route would be to go a little south and then west, I assume, to get to the center of the magic that he's detected.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I assume his movement speed is still that of a gnome, even though he is a human in appearance.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that means he can only go 5, 10, 15.
I just dropped my steel defender to Discord, by the way.
So he's gonna
Oh,
go 25.
I almost grabbed that one. I grabbed a different one. Let me pull it real quick.
Which one did you grab?
There's another one.
I just searched robot cat cyberpunk.
I did the same, and I grabbed.
Did you get the second one, the second result, the neon lights?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I
Okay.
don't see that one. I really like the more like robotic looking one. I think it fits an artificer. Just pretend it's got neon lights on it.
All right, so he used his full movement DM. I think that's as far as he can go. And you tell me, how to if I have a spell that can reach 60 feet. I can just use an arrow. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So it looks like the building is still mostly in the way.
Right, so I can't actually see anything.
Yeah. You could go ahead and use your action to dash and get out where you'll be able to see next turn.
Right. Or I could cast something on those people. Have I seen those people in view shoot magic or whatever they've been doing, their attacks?
Yes. So you saw Bryn fire off a couple of bolts, and then you saw Leon sort of get up on the corner next to her, and that's all you've seen so far.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Locke would immediately go to just help or do buffs for these random people.
Sir?
But I think he would definitely dash so that he could get a better sense of what's going on. So he'd go 25 more feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And actually, wait a minute. He could have used Misty Step instead of doing his dash, right?
Yeah. Which would still let you cast a spell.
Well, it's a bonus action spell, right?
Oh, you'd be able to cast a cantrip. You would be able to cast a spell.
Right. So I'm saying if he didn't use the dash action, if he instead used Misty Step to go 30 feet as a bonus action, right? And then he could cast a cantrip. That's what you're saying. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So he goes 30 feet with Misty Step. Cast Misty Step. All right. Then he should be. I don't know if he can actually see anybody still.
There's a measuring tool on the top left. It's like a circle with a ruler sticking out of it. If you click that, you can click on yourself. There you go.
That thing's super helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's moving around a lot without me doing anything.
Oh, you're seeing other people's arrows.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't think I'm doing that, but okay. Do I like hold it or what?
It's like click and drag.
Okay. Trying to. I do select move and drag the select move. That's not working. Hand view.
And Ghost, you should now have RoboCat in your journal, so you can drag and drop him, and you should be able to move him.
Cool.
Yeah,
Let me
I'm
drop-
holding you all up. Sorry. I'm clicking the arrow in the upper left-hand corner.
Yep, I saw something.
There we go.
Oh no, your color's green. So go down from the arrow. It's arrow cube. You might have a different number of these than I do, but you're looking for
we
one that
have
is.
snap to center, snap to corner, no snapping.
Yeah,
Short
it almost
other-
looks like a power symbol, but like rotated, like a 1/8 turn.
It's arrow, brush, magnifying glass, and then a circle with a
Oh.
sticking out of it.
Okay, so I should do snap to center, snap to corner, no
Just-
snapping.
Just don't even like play with the options. Just click the button and then drag on the map.
Okay.
Snap to center would be the default option in case you changed it already.
Click the button and then totally not understanding this. Sorry.
It's all good.
I click on that circle.
You click and drag basically.
Yeah, you click on the circle and then click on the map and drag your pointer.
Hold the click. Yeah.
That is not working. I'm clicking on the icon and it's telling me I can't.
Oh, you don't click on your don't necessarily click on your icon, just like click on the map and drag.
I think
Don't-
you have to click on the. Oh,
Oh.
never mind. there you
Okay,
go.
I think
There
I
you
got
go.
it now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yay! Thanks for helping the noob.
No
Okay,
worries.
so does this tell me that I can see that wolf bastard or not? Is the corner of the building in the way?
I would say that it has partial cover, so it would have +2 to AC if it's an attack spell, but if it's a saving throw, it won't affect it.
Sweet, good, because I'm doing an intelligence saving throw with Mind
Nice.
Sliver.
All right.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
So
so
intelligence
that
saving
is-
throw
Yeah, intelligence savings throw, DC 15.
from the Winter Puppers. He is not the smartest boy.
I assumed he was dumb,
Oh,
and so I
but
was
he
like,
got a
"Dang it."
14. What's your saving throw?
15.
15.
Oh, he takes it.
Oh.
All right, what's the effect?
All right, so it's a D6 of psychic damage,
Nice.
which is that's a 1. That's great. So 1 psychic damage, but the effect is you subtract a D4 from the next saving throw he makes before the end of my next turn.
All right.
Nice.
So I've got a dot on him to remind us. If somebody uses a saving throw ability, someone point that out if I don't.
Right, and if none of you do, I will by the time my turn comes.
All right. And it is Roland's turn.
Does this wolf here have any? Does this wolf here have any? Whose attention is it on? Yeah.
It's still kind of figuring it out. The other one is definitely looking hard at Bryn and Leon. That one is kind of still measuring what's going on, but it definitely wants to move forward. And you all have kind of assembled yourselves as a threat, so you're kind of in the line of fire.
Okay. So my guy would be heading in the direction towards the big dude, but since he's in the way, I'm gonna start kind of skirt up that way and attack the wolf.
All right. Oh, did it do something funny with your token?
Yeah, I switched browsers, and then it like nothing was up there under like the as thing. It was just the one option, so I just changed the name to.
Okay.
And I'd like go into like the little
I
like
think maybe,
news thingy, and there's
maybe
nothing on
Beyond
there.
20 isn't integrated on your Firefox browser somehow.
It is overall. For some reason, it's just not adding that word.
Weird. Who knows?
There we go. You should be able to move it now. You might have to drop it back on the map.
There we go.
Cool.
Let me switch this. There we go. Awesome. Alright, and then I'm going to do my second attack since I have 2.
All right. Uh, 12 does not hit. And you can actually do 3 without even spending a key point.
Oh, awesome. I'll do 3. Oh, yeah, because again, I don't because of a level 5, huh? Oh, Lord. I hope that's a hit.
Yeah, 27. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd be trying to kill you. All right, so go ahead and roll damage for that one.
Does that include that psychic damage? Colby.
Sorry, my dog started barking.
That's okay.
So
Does
what did you
it
ask?
include do I include that psychic damage?
Yes. Nice.
So there's for the first, second, and then there's for the other psychic ones.
Nice.
Jeez. 19, 25 points of damage.
Nice.
Good grief.
So you all see this this sort of silver-haired guy with with a little bit of paint splattered on him. He just almost disappears from this corner and is suddenly in this wolf's face. And when he swings, there's this almost golden green light around his hands. And his punches hit, and then the gold green light like pulses through the wolf, and it like rears back from the light and kind of like paws at its head a little bit. It is very unhappy. And Bryn, that light strikes you as something. All right. Oh, and Ghost, you do have a RoboCat token. You might just have to drop it out of your journal.
No, it's on screen, but when I click from the Steel Defender on D&D Beyond, like I can click buttons for it to do actions into the Roll20 chat, but because there isn't a specific token for a Steel Defender on Roll20, it just sends it directly to you instead of the regular chat. So if you wanted to send the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token was selected.
That's only going to matter for initiative, and he's going to move on your turn.
Yeah, I mean, but he also has like attacks and stuff. So if I click Force Empowered Rend,
Yeah, if you click those, I see them, and I'll just repeat them.
okay, cool.
There's a way to fix that, but it's not worth messing with right this second. All right. So the first wolf is going to move. They are pack creatures. So it's going to come over, and it's actually going to attack Roland.
Bring it.
So he is rolling with advantage because of pack tactics. But your AC is fairly good. So his bite misses. The other one is also going to try and bite you.
Rude. This is the guy that punched him in the face.
He does catch you. So you're this like blur. These snapping bites come at you, and they're coming from both sides. And it seems each time like you're about to get hit, and you just sort of out of the way. And then finally one sort of catches you at the ankle and gets a piece. It
Can I use
does.
my reaction on that at all? Or does it have to be close to me or something?
I mean, it's right up on you, so.
Right.
Which reaction?
My attack reaction. The one that I held or whatever.
No, it's Roland, not Leon.
Right. Yeah. No, I was seeing if I could use
You're
that.
too far. The reaction doesn't include movement.
Okay.
So like if it
gotcha.
literally like got within reach, you'd hit it, but you couldn't like decide to spring forward then.
Okay, gotcha. I wanted to clarify that. Okay.
So the wolf takes a big bite. It's going to do 9 points of piercing damage. And you also need to make a strength saving throw.
I know, it's not my worst.
Sorry, who needs to make a strength saving throw?
Roland.
Okay.
Good luck, Roland.
Question: should I have my? What should I think about in terms of audio? If I want to mute, should I mute on Discord or mute on Roll20 or what?
Ooh, I have advantage on this
Discord.
thing.
I have everyone already muted on Roll20. All right. So Roland, this thing grabs your leg, and it takes a good chunk. You're starting to bleed pretty good, but it doesn't manage to pull you off your feet. Its breath is frigid cold on your leg. All right. It is Ghost and RoboCat.
Yeah. Okay. So Ghost is
I
gonna.
like that name.
I'm gonna double check how far I am from stuff. Okay, Ghost is gonna he's got his eyes on the big guy, so he's gonna move up to here, and the cat's gonna move up to this car, and Ghost is gonna pull out from underneath his coat a fucking M79 Thumper 40mm grenade launcher and fire a shot at that thing. So it's literally just like a tube that fires an explosive grenade. I love it. So I am so glad I have one of these.
That
Modern
is
Met.
hilarious.
All right, that does hit.
Okay, and let me roll damage there. Why didn't that function properly? There we go. There we go. Okay. Seemed like it didn't function properly the first time. I didn't see the number. So whichever one of those you want to take.
All right, so make sure that the rolls are correct. Why did the first one come out funny? It's so it's 7 points of fire damage, but the target. Okay. Oh, I think it actually takes both.
For what?
No, this math is weird. No, it should just be the one. Okay.
Yeah, I just
so
accidentally rolled twice because it didn't. When I clicked the roll damages button, it didn't seem to function properly.
yeah,
so I just rolled
it custom
from-
items
I rolled-
throw it off sometimes.
It's in
So
it's just a renamed item.
well, I mean, it's any kind of even things that are built in, like a silver weapon, makes it weird sometimes.
Oh, okay then.
You can actually click the there's a Beyond 20 button in the description, and it sort of runs everything at once, and I found that it works better. All right, so that hits. So you pull this ridiculous weapon that honestly you're not super sure how to use. You pull it out of your coat. You turn and just gleefully fire it at this giant figure. So it's going to take...
When it fires, you just see like a big grin spread across his face.
Okay, so no, it is supposed to be both. So it's 15 fire damage.
Oh no, I clicked the Beyond 20 button to see what you're talking about.
No, right, but when it rolled correctly, it rolled two different amounts. So it was supposed to have two before.
First roll is the attack roll. The second roll is fire damage.
No, the damage roll, like your attack roll was 19, and then it does the actual contact hit, which was the 2d8, which came out to 8 damage. The 7 fire damage is a second effect.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
So
1d8
you empty this weapon into this guy. He
Everything
takes the
within
hit.
5 feet, make a dex save. 8
And he-
plus proficiency.
Oh,
1d8.
that's right, because it's not automatic. Oh no, he got a 17. So he actually only takes part of that.
He just takes the first base damage.
Okay, so we'll knock that 7 back off. He's not amused. He doesn't know what that was, but he's not happy about it. And you want to mark that is empty until you take an action to reload it. So now these. Is your cat doing anything else?
Yeah. Just 1 second. I want to just drop this real quick, so y'all can see what I'm talking about.
Does this firing the grenade launcher put the kid in any danger?
Ooh. Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm going to say that in this case, you didn't think this through because you've never seen this weapon actually work. The Yeti, like, it's holding the kid, so when it jumps back, the kid has the advantage of its movement. But the kid will be rolling his own saving throws from now on.
Oh no!
Okay, shit.
All right, so the cat comes up and is going to rake at the wolf for
Yes.
9 points of force damage.
Yeah.
That wolf is starting to look pretty bad. At first it doesn't seem like it, and then you realize like the ice and frost on its sides is starting to crack, and there's like blue-white blood beginning to drip from it, but it hits the ground like water. So now these little blurs of lights seem to get agitated, and they swarm and they fly forward. Check some distances. Yep. All right. So these things they're making these sort of like high pitched like and you realize as they start to swarm you, they're actually clouds of tiny fey like ice spirits. There's a bunch of different forms in there. You see like tiny like little floating animals. You see a few sort of traditional fairies, and they're all sort of chittering back and forth to each other as they swarm over you all. Leon, one of them goes right past you to attack Bryn, so you're going to get to use your reaction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I will take a swipe at it. Let me see here. That actually worked out. Let's see. So I'll hit it with my unarmed strike, or hit it with my claws, I guess. Did that work? Oh yeah.
Oh, you critical hit, and it's like way
Nice.
too much power. Like you're waiting for it. You watch it coming, and you just throw your whole body into this giant jumping claw attack, and you almost like overextend. You claw through it, and all the little creatures just and there's just a shower of water. And then your claws like overshoot and leave a giant gouge in the side of the parking garage.
Oh wow.
So the other two are going to make their attacks. First one is against Roland. It's a 21.
Oh my.
So all of these little like chittering, screaming fey creatures swarm over you, and they're not. Any one hit wouldn't be that bad. It just sort of like you're getting like scratched with little claws and like poked with like little fairy fingers. But the cumulative effect is sort of like a flash freeze. You take 6 points of cold damage.
Right.
And the other one is not going to hit Ghost. It swarms at you, and they can't like. They're trying to poke, and your coat is too thick.
Nice.
Now the big guy in the back is moving.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't seem like a quick thinker. He's sort of confused, and he sort of like looks around for a second, and he sees like a nearby snowdrift, and he offloads the kid fairly close by, just sort of like right here. I have a token for the kid that didn't get uploaded. It didn't get made. He's not going to have a border. He's just going to be like a weird free-floating kid.
Well, he is in snow, so it kind of makes sense.
Yep. So he just sort of deposits the kid over here and just starts rumbling forward.
Oh, he gonna do a smash.
Oh jeez.
The question is, can he actually get in here?
Dash, right?
Okay, yeah. So he is going to go around the wolves.
Wow. How do you make it do that?
Right click.
Oh.
Although I don't understand why it's not. It's supposed to go away when you're done. There we go. Okay. So he runs over there, and Roland, he catches your eye as he's running forward, and that sort of dark, baleful gleam in his eyes fixes on you, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh,
At least I have advantage in saving throws.
nice.
All right, you managed to save. So this, when you meet his eyes, you feel this heatful, frigid energy start to flow through you, and for a second, you start to feel like you're not going to be able to make it, and then there's this like warm breeze that just seems to sort of billow up out of nowhere,
The fairy speed.
and you're fine. You're fine until he claws you. First claw hits.
Like, okay, cool, you passed. Here's an attack.
Yep.
Yep.
Welcome to the jungle.
Let the hate flow.
All right, it's not too bad though. It's coming at you, expecting you to like be sort of frozen in place, and so you manage to sort of dodge to the side of the first blow. The second one hits you in like a blind spot from all of these things swarming around you, and this claw rakes over you for 6 points of damage. And we are back to the top with Bryn.
Oh boy, oh boy. Stay where I'm at. But I'm gonna go for this guy again.
All right.
Now, it might be a silly question, but since I'm new to magic classes, cantrips are not limited like spell slots, right?
Right.
Correct.
Cantrips are all day. That's your
Okay.
that's your bow. That's your sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Awesome.
can cast cantrips as long as you want.
Awesome. We will do that then. It's an Eldritch Blast. Nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. And you've got 2.
Yep.
Right.
First one hits and does maximum damage.
Big guy still standing.
Yep. Second one also hits.
Okay.
Another big chunk of damage. So you're
Nice.
you're a little stressed. This is not normal. This is not how your day is supposed to go. But you're gonna make the best of it. So you lean around the corner and you're, for all of the jokes and laughs earlier, you are a very young fae, but you are a very powerful fae. And so you align yourself with this immortal fae spirit within you, and 2 more giant blasts of energy arc around the corner and smash into the side of the wolf. It's breathing hard. It's barely standing, but it does not yet go down.
God, how many hit points does this sucker have?
It's a big boy.
Beta
Okay.
size.
I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
All right, Leon, you are up.
Just to clarify, she attacked lower left wolf.
Yes, actually, all the attacks so far have hit the lower left guy.
Okay.
Except for Roland's, he was attacking that one, right?
Oh, you're right. Whoops, I got to redistribute some damage.
I laid out 25 on that one.
I definitely plugged that. It was actually better for you all the other way, but I fixed it. Thanks.
Sorry.
Dang it.
Alright, so I'm gonna go and attack this dude right here. I'm going to. Well, the claws have been working so far, so I'm gonna do that again. Oh. So I'm assuming that one does not hit.
No, that is a critical miss.
Oh my gosh. opposite. All right, so I have another attack. Unless the crit changes that.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
That one does hit.
All right, cool.
And I'll
Only
put
4
a
damage.
marker on this so I remember which one's which. And you did minimum damage. So this thing is getting frantic now that it's been cornered. It doesn't run into a lot of stuff that can fight it, and it certainly didn't expect it in the middle of this human city. It's kind of like it actually growls something at you. You don't know the language, but it feels like it's a curse.
Is that casting a spell, DM?
No, not like a magical curse, like
Sylvan?
like an expletive.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Is it in Sylvan? Because I speak Sylvan.
Let me look. It's actually in a special language that only they speak.
Nerds.
It is actually written into its stat block. It speaks weird languages. All right. So it's cornered. Leon, you run up at it, but it's just getting sort of cagey now. It's not trying as much to just go for the throat and end this quick. It's trying to be more careful. And so it ducks back from the first blow. The second one hits it, but it's already kind of leaning away. Lochnold, you're up.
Right.
Okay, I don't think anybody made that wolf do a saving throw, did they?
Nope.
All right, then, but he has taken damage, so we're doing Toll the Dead Foe.
All right.
So, okay, I'm going to try and make this work with Beyond 20. I might have fixed it. We'll see. All right, cast.
Trust.
Tried to just cast it, but it did. Okay. Oh, it looks like it's going to work.
Yeah.
Yay! I'm so bamf. Okay. Yeah, I just need a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, but subtract a D4 from. Do I get to choose whether I subtract a D4 or not?
Let's double check the wording.
It says.
End of your
and
next turn,
subtract
you're right.
D4 from the next saving throw it makes. So I have to subtract it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I'll roll. I'll just roll a D4, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully, it'll show up for you. I don't know if it's going to show up. Oh,
It doesn't matter because it rolled a 2.
Oh,
So it's going to take
Okay.
full damage. Jeez, that's a big hit.
Yeah, because I do 2 D12.
It does not go down, but you. This is sort of just out of curiosity. Is anyone watching Locke when this happens? I think most of y'all are looking at the wolves. That makes sense.
yeah, because he's kind of behind everybody.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen him in person. I haven't actually
that-
seen who's behind me.
Is that like a blue fairy thing that's right in front of him?
That's a swarm of blue fairies on top of Ghost.
Yeah.
Sorry, you repeat that, DM?
That's a swarm of tiny blue frozen fairies attacking Ghost.
Okay, yeah, then I probably can't see him through all that.
Yeah. All right. So Locke, when you cast this, you sort of channel this magic, and then it's like you swell up in size for a second, and you're swallowed by shadow. And for just a second, there's an image of like a ghostly black hound, and all of you hear this howl ring out, and the frontmost wolf like suddenly reels to one side from the howl, and is like, it's barely standing at this point.
All
And it is Roland's turn.
All right.
Locke,
This is go-
okay, just for flavor, Locke barks at the wolf that he just hit. like the dumbest thing you've ever seen. Like a absent-minded academic. Like, what?
I got 4 people. Okay.
Yeah, you got a lot there.
I'm gonna do a badass little like neck pop thing going on, and then I'm going to yell out enough of this, and I'm going to start just pounding some heads. I'm gonna hit the. I think I'm gonna go with the wolf first, since that was the one that first initially got my attention with it.
All right. So just to clarify, North Wolf or South Wolf?
No, north, because that was
Okay,
the one that
cool.
attacked me first. You only get 1 flurry of blows per round, right? Since it's a bonus action.
Yes.
Okay.
So that gives you
so-
4 attacks total.
Okay. I'm going to space them out and see which.
Yeah.
Like move them over if someone goes down or not.
An important monk fact, though, is Stunning Strike is not an action of any kind. And as long as you have key points, you can keep pumping out Stunning Strikes.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Yeah. So like stun the hell out of him. If you want to.
Does it still do damage?
Yeah, it's an add-on, and something interesting happens if you succeed on a Stunning Strike. You specifically.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for each hit, and every time I hit, I'm gonna like reiterate, leave the child alone now. You know, like every hit.
Nice.
All right, so roll the first attack.
Really?
It could be worse.
13. 13 hits.
Nice.
These are big unarmored wolves. They're tough, but they're not exactly hard to land on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's a good hit.
Nice. Ooh, that's cool.
All right, so 12 points of damage to start you off, and I'll put it on the right one this time.
What save do they have to pass?
It is a Constitution saving throw, I believe.
Yeah, DC 13.
All right, it's going to try.
Miss.
Oh, it just barely gets it.
It's alright. I'll do it again.
Oh wow, nice.
Say that's yes.
Wow. There you go. I love how our two like combat-based, like aggressive characters are like unarmed fighters. That's hilarious.
I mean, in some ways, it kind of makes sense in an urban setting. Like, you know, like Ghost is going to get to have a really interesting conversation with the police if something happens.
Yeah, he sure is.
That's a very good point.
All right, 10 more points of damage. Do you want to try and stun again?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's me. I don't know why I'm waiting on the wolf to roll its own con save. It rolls a natural 1. Fantastic. So something awesome happens here. And I need to make dexterity saving throws for a bunch of things. That one failed.
Those are the sounds I like.
That one failed.
Oh.
Keep it going, keep it going.
That one succeeded, but it's not. That was the sprite, the swarm. So all right. So the one you hit is stunned. We'll find a fun icon for that. You also need to so go to your equipment, and you should have an item right at the top. And under the second bullet, there's a place where it says 3d10. If you click that, it should automatically roll it over.
Ooh, nice.
I also put the explanation of what's about to happen in the Twitch stream, but I'm not actually sure who's still watching, so...
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
Oh, that's fine. Just roll /R space 3d10.
Look down in the little box.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Fragments of a Broken Crown is what it's called.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Awesome. Okay, this is fantastic. So you've still got 2 attacks, so don't let me forget, but this is really cool. So Roland is surrounded by literally 4 different enemies on all sides. He's just this desperate, like, it's like that epic scene in a martial arts movie where all the minions rush at once and the hero is fighting them all off. Very Ong Bak. And
Nice.
finally you see an opening and you lash out. Wham! In the first hit, that golden green energy shoots through the creature in waves. And you yell out, "Enough of this!" And your next punch lands like a lightning bolt. Literally. All of you feel this sudden wash of warm... it's like the sun just came out all of a sudden. And there's this wash of warm energy, and it smells like a beautiful forest on top of a mountain for just a second. And then you hear this roll of thunder up above, and a literal lightning bolt comes down and blasts into this creature. And it chains out and hits all of these other creatures around him.
What?
So the swarm of fairies is instantly destroyed.
Nice.
The wolf behind him dies. The wolf that you were hitting also dies.
Wow, that's cool.
And the Yeti takes a substantial hit.
All right. Then I'm going to use my last one for a flurry of blows on the Yeti.
All right. 2 more
Very
attacks.
nice.
Very nice, very nice.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. In the future though, if you click on the item, you can click the button next to 3d10 to roll it, I think.
Oop. It is a setting that you might have to turn on. So it's possible that it's not turned on and it's not worth hunting down.
I just did it.
Yeah.
You just click the little D20, icon with a B.
All right. So the third attack misses. The fourth one hits. So go ahead and roll damage for it.
Nice.
All right.
Max bludgeoning. Hell yeah.
So for just a second, you're reeling. That has never happened before. You feel like you felt this sudden swell of like warmth and power sort of come up from your gut and flow through your body. And then when the lightning hit, It was like it flowed out of you, and you felt the lightning respond. But for just a second, you feel sort of drained, and you sort of get yourself back together, and you make one more attack on the Yeti, and you crack it across the face, and it is almost dead.
Nice.
Nice.
There are no more winter wolves to go. It is Ghost's turn.
Let me double check my range here real quick. Oh, okay. You see Ghost reach underneath his coat and pull out this kind of odd-looking pistol. It's like a mix of organic and futuristic stylings, like gleaming neon vines and ivy on the metal pistol, and he just takes a shot with it at the Yeti, and you see what looks like basically a laser bolt come flying out of it.
Ooh.
All right.
And then Steel Defender's gonna come over to me and slash at the sprites. The force empowered rend.
All right. It runs over and checking some ACs. Yep, that hits. So the robotic cat bounds over, and one of its paws, this sort of intangible force gathers around it, and when it slices through the cloud of these tiny wintry fae, they just and they're gone. So that brings us back to the Yeti. The Yeti is very unhappy, and you do notice something weird happens. The Yeti is sort of like fighting with itself, like it wants to run away, and something is stopping it.
Oh.
So it is going to just try and claw for its life against Roland.
Yikes.
18 to hit, which will hit. He is desperate at this point. And a 20 to hit.
Oh.
Makes two of us. I'm very low.
This thing is desperate and dying, and it turns around and just its entire massive form catches you with both claws and shreds you for 28 points of damage.
I am
Down. You know.
That's almost my max life.
Oh.
So Roland collapses.
So question, DM.
Yeah.
I never played a diviner before. Should I have, if I wanted to interfere with Portent, should I have done that already? Or can I do that now?
It's better to hit it before the attack. It's better to hit it right after the D20 roll. So like the attack roll or the saving throw or the skill check before the results are laid out.
Noted.
So you see this guy who is just this incredible golden lightning, and then this Yeti looms over and you just see him sort of fall bonelessly backwards and sort of bounce in the snow. Bryn, it is your turn.
Okay, so I don't have anything to help poor Roland over here. Yeah, okay. Make sure I had kind of a clear shot. Let's see if I can hit this big bastard.
That is a hit.
Very nice.
No.
And it almost doesn't matter what you rolled because minimum damage kills it.
Oh.
Yay!
So how do you want to finish it?
step out from around the corner and just kind of put my weight into it and slam this dude.
Nice.
All right. So you take these 2 bolts of Eldritch Force, and instead of firing them off separately, you sort of bring your hands together and twist, and the 2 strands of energy swirl together in your hand, and then fire out as this like telephone pole thick bolt of force, and it hits the Yeti, and like a giant circular hole comes out of its chest, and it's gone.
Wow. Nice.
And where all these creatures hit the ground, you see them start sort of dissolving into the snow. That takes us out of initiative, other than Roland is in fact bleeding to death at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Does anybody have any healing abilities? I don't think we do.
I don't think so.
Maybe we should have went over that before.
I'm gonna
So, like-
over to Roland and make a medicine check.
Yeah, you can make a medicine check to stabilize. And actually, if 2 people want to do it, you can do medicine with advantage.
Cool.
Oh, but that's all you needed. So Roland is stabilized. So this is an interesting tidbit here. So he's no longer dying, but he is going to need medical care to get back on his feet. There is also an unconscious child in the snow. And at the same time, you notice... so, Locke, you never cast another concentration spell. Your Detect Magic is still running. You see whatever it was, that strand you saw connecting this to somewhere else. When the Yeti dies, the strand snaps. And you see the demand start to fade. The cars and people are becoming more solid. And people are starting to like look at you all again. And one guy is walking to his car, and he stops and goes, "Oh my God, there's a kid! What's somebody call 911!" And then on the sidewalk near Roland, a woman suddenly sees you all, and she sees this like shady Yakuza-looking guy leaning over an old man who is bleeding massively from his chest, and she just screams.
Muggers.
What do y'all want to do?
I'm gonna lay there.
Good call.
Probably wise.
So there are no remains of any of the things we killed lying around?
Nope, they all faded. And just to put your mind at ease, at least Bryn and Leon would know, like, you all have contacts with the police. Like, you are not afraid of authorities per se. The rest of you, it's a little more ambiguous.
Is there a purpose to casting that spell, or should I just like use something else instead?
It's only sort of defensively oriented. You'd need like actual invisibility.
Okay, then I'm just gonna cast Disguise Self then, and basically I just like look at the nearest like person on the nearest guy on the sidewalk and basically make myself look like him, and then I just take my cat and just like move around a corner. Kind of trying to separate myself from the scene.
Make your choice of stealth or deception at disadvantage.
Okay. First one's a 17. Yeah, roll again. Oh, there it is.
You actually did pretty good. So this woman is screaming and people are starting to turn, but you're quick on your reflexes and you just immediately like pivot to the side, duck behind a car, pop back up looking like someone else, and sort of disappear into the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
What's everybody else doing?
I feel like my reaction would be to go see if the kid is okay. Maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make a medicine check.
All right. Do I move up over here by the kid or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me do a medicine check. Medicine. Down here. Oh, I have a.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have very good medicine stats. So.
I mean, and this in some ways makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
You've maybe never interacted with a human child before.
Right.
Like, you've only been here a couple of months. It doesn't come up much in your job.
I just feel like as my line of work and as what we were called there to do, I feel like that was my first instinct was to check the kid.
You're very good at, like, bruises and cuts and concussions. You're not sure what's wrong with this kid.
Collect.
All right. One last call. Anyone want to do anything else before other things happen?
I feel like Locke would tell someone, a passerby with a cell phone, to call 911.
Yep.
Also, so I don't forget to do it real quick, Coley. I'm gonna use a artificer infusion to infuse my breastplate with armor of magical strength.
All right. And you can actually mark that in your... You might be running into a problem of not having enough attunement slots. Because you have a lot of fancy things. I would say you probably don't have to attune to the tag Haim.
The infuse item...
So if you hit manage
I threw
infusions...
myself,
Nope, wrong one.
or I can forgo it, so I want someone else can use it. I can forgo the attunement. Alright. Actually, that's a good point.
If you click where it says no item infused, you can either tell it which item to choose, or it'll create a new one. So you'd be able to hold one of those that requires attunement. So anyway, anyone else?
Yeah, Locke would not want to 911 himself, but he would tell someone who's gawking at the body to call 911.
Yeah, and actually, you see several people. Several people are already like pulling phones, and actually, it's not. It's only like maybe a couple of minutes before you hear police sirens very close, and what sounds like maybe an ambulance coming from further away. And so within just a few minutes, 2 or 3 cop cars suddenly roll up. And you remember the address that Leon and Bryn you were heading towards wasn't far from here. That's where the police were.
Right.
So squad cars roll up. A bunch of them get out. You see very quickly there's an older African-American man you all recognize as Detective Avery. And he's first on the scene. And he gets out and starts sort of barking orders very quickly. A uniformed officer behind him, he turns around, sends him to the trunk of the cruiser. He comes out with like a hypothermia blanket and throws it around the kid and gets him up sort of out of the snow.
Better than a shovel, I guess.
They're starting to shoo away the bystanders and blocking off this section of road. And Avery comes up and just says, What the heck was that? This is some of your stuff, isn't it?
So then, I guess I can. I respond to Avery and say, "I still don't know. We intercepted this kidnapping you contacted us about, and it went straight to heck from there."
Nice.
I thought detective was a good promotion. Every time I see you guys, something terrible's happening. All right, this is definitely the kid. And he like pulls out a notepad and like flips through it. He's very old school. This is little William Rollins. He lives 3 or 4 blocks from here. Parents said he went missing about an hour ago, something like that. Took him a while to realize that he was gone. They said he was playing in the snow in the yard, and then he just wasn't there. He sighs really heavily. This probably means the other ones are you guys too, aren't they?
The other people involved. You're asking?
Well, you all would know this. It's been sort of the news story gripping the city. He's not the first kid to go missing.
Okay.
There's actually been 5 before him, all boys ages like 7 to 12. They've gone missing from outdoor spaces, and he's the only one that they have found so far.
Oh wow.
Roland could tell you something, but he's unconscious.
All right.
As you all are talking, an ambulance rolls up, and they start patching Roland up a little bit, sort of like field first aid. And actually, one of the, it's a police officer in sort of a strange uniform, like you've not really seen before. It's a fairly standard. It's almost like the patrolman uniform, but it has a white stole draped over it with golden suns sewn down through it in golden thread. And Avery goes over and he sort of stops the paramedics who are about to drive off and says, no, we need this guy. Hey, call the Reverend over. And this guy in the stole lets out an exasperated sigh and says, I've told you, sir, it's Lieutenant Davis. Yeah, whatever. Get this guy back up on his feet. I want to ask him some questions. And everybody roll a religion check.
Okay.
Ghost is going to roll with disadvantage, and I guess Roland is unconscious.
I'm gonna roll anyways. I'm curious.
Jeez. What? What was that?
I just crit success on both of them somehow.
All right. So Leon, you've actually met this lieutenant.
Okay.
He's been at some of the cases like this before, and and the others recognize from the stole. He is a Solinist. It's one of the sort of human, newer human faiths in this world that developed sort of since the Sundering, and it worships like personified light.
Okay.
It's a religion that's very much about like justice and righteousness and order and holiness. They
Praise
sometimes get in trouble because they're a little intense. You also would know with all of those stinking nat 20s, just some flavor. You know that the lieutenant is a good guy, but the Solonists are kind of having an intra-church dispute right now over what to do about the Fae. The majority of the Solonists are basically happy to just take them as regular parishioners, essentially. But there is a small vocal group that is not sure that the Fae being here is a good idea. That maybe they're not supposed to be part of this world. But he walks over, and you see him sort of close his eyes in prayer for a minute, and he raises up a hand with sort of two outstretched fingers, and this gentle beam of light just seems to pour down from nowhere. And Roland, you heal 2d8 plus 5.
Ooh, nice.
I love how you had this plan just in case none of us had anything to deal with. That's amazing.
It's cute that he thinks I had this planned.
Oh. It seemed like
I realized you all had no healers at exactly the same moment you did.
Oh, nice. Well, then that's good. That's great thinking on your feet. Then.
I was like, oh, I wonder which of them's gonna heal. Oh
You're like, wait a
no.
minute.
So the lieutenant does this,
Potions.
and then he goes back over, and he had been sitting with the boy, just sort of this sort of gentle light was coming from his hands, and you could see some color coming back to the kid's face. It doesn't look like he's quite conscious yet, but he looks like he's maybe out of the woods. And so does Roland. So
11.
Nice.
awesome. So I won't make you all sort of go through acting all of it out. So Roland, Bryn, and Leon are kind of together in this conversation with Avery now. What do you all tell him?
Tell Avery? Or
Yeah.
Roland? I mean, I guess I already told him what happened, so.
Okay, so you're just gonna say like you're not gonna like withhold anything, or
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
Well, so how much does Avery know about?
I mean Avery is 100% like the Fae in this world are known about.
Okay.
An individual person being a Fae or not is something perhaps interesting could happen on the street. But as far as like the whole world is super obsessed with this whole Fae thing.
Okay. Interesting.
Bryn's boss is on their equivalent of the Today Show like once a week.
Okay.
Nice.
He has a segment. It's Fae Today. It's unbearable. Somehow it's like he's racist towards himself, the way he like explains things. So yeah, he's totally clued in. Like his contact with Leon and Bryn, he is officially the detective in charge of a group that handles crimes that are committed by the Fae, crimes that are committed on the Fae, and crimes that involve magic and sort of otherworldly means.
Okay.
Did they get Fey privilege?
What?
So I guess I tell him, I guess what went down, but also, I guess maybe I knew there was a few other people there with us in combat, but I wasn't really that focused because I was focused on the task at hand. So I only know of, like, Roland obviously is there, but I didn't really. So my thing was that since these guys are, I guess, out of the way, I would just tell them, like, yeah, I never got a good look at them, but there's two others here as well.
So that's a good question. So Ghost and Locke, you've been sort of like lurking at the corners. You're watching this exchange of Leon and Bryn. You see Roland get healed. They're all sort of in this conversation with Avery. What are you guys doing?
So my question is, so Locke would. This is my goal. Locke would like to find possibly if there are like, I don't know. It's cold right now, right?
Yeah.
Like there's snow everywhere. Okay. Are there like homeless people around that have like little, fires out there to keep themselves warm? Is it that kind of a city, or is it pretty cleaned up?
I mean, there definitely wouldn't be like trash can fire. I mean, this is like a business district. That might be more like certain parts of town
Like
where there's
industrial.
yeah, there'd be well, and also like places where shelters are nearby. This would be a what's called a NIMBY neighborhood, not in my backyard. There are not good services for the homeless in this area.
Okay, cool. So there isn't anybody around here that would fit that description, but there might be elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think Locke would want to. I assume this is like I walk over here to the left. That would be where, or to the right. That would be where like the entrance to the building is. Like right
Yeah,
here?
the little gray patch is the sidewalk connection.
Yeah, he'd want to go in there and go into a public bathroom, and then get into a stall and cast Find Familiar.
All right. What does your familiar look like?
We're gonna. Well, I think I have to pick a particular set of options,
Yes.
right?
And it can look like kind of whatever you want, but the core stats will be that.
Right. Yeah. So core stats are gonna be Weasel. In
It
terms
should
of
look like a
appearance-
corgi.
Do it. Do it.
It's a pet parrot on a leash.
I think. Yeah, I think in cities like this, it's probably legal to own a weasel. I imagine.
Aw, but corgi.
You want me to make it look like a corgi? Why would I do that?
I think
Because
funny.
corgis are fucking adorable.
A corgi is also a Welsh descended breed. The Gie in corgi and the Gie in the Gwishki is the same.
Huh? I didn't know that. Well, then I guess that totally fits. I thought that was just a joke.
But maybe
Yeah,
it's
they're
like
called
maybe it's like a coal black corgi with like a mean
No, corgi's
disposition.
fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Locke would like corgis, and I like corgis. so
Black
let's
head
do it.
color.
Yeah, they're called Welsh corgis.
Yeah.
Pembroke. There's Pembroke and Cardigan, which are two very different. Well, they're
Different enough.
fairly visually distinct. Pembrokes usually have a docked tail. Cardigans usually don't. Pembrokes are what the queen has. Cardigans look different.
Actually, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like a cross. It's gonna be like a half breed of a corgi and a husky, and the corgi clearly won out. And it's
Yeah,
just like
it's called the Husk Corgi.
right.
yeah.
It's just like the colors of a husky, but complete body shape of corgi.
Excellent.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as a person that's like safeguarding an illegal gateway area, are these people that I would actually be likely to talk to about stuff, or
Yeah, you would probably be careful. Leon and Bren and Avery, in their official capacity, would not be someone you would let know about this. I think it's kind of up to like Bren and Leon. I don't know. Are your characters willing to sort of like look the other way sometimes if you feel like there's a good reason? Why are you wet, dog?
I feel like maybe Leon more so a little bit, even though like I don't know. Yeah, I would say
Husky Corgi mixes are a real thing, and they're adorable.
and
now I
I'm
have to
assuming
look it
that the two the Avery and the other guy, I'm assuming that they're probably someone that I should not let know.
Well, and Bren, did you have a thought?
Not necessarily. I was mostly just checking my alignment because I could not remember for the life of me what it was.
like maybe like away from official business, possibly. But I would still want to like hold my integrity in front of everybody, as far as
Right.
like officials.
Yeah, so I think
Right.
maybe in that case, I think maybe Roland and Leon might even know each other a little bit, because Leon is kind of as much as he's an official, he's also sort of maybe in a similar role as you, like sort of an unofficial guardian of this community.
Right.
So you all might have like crossed paths and have a little bit of a working relationship. You probably haven't talked to Bryn because that's going to put her in an awkward position, and Avery for the same reason. Like, you know, Avery's legit, but you also know that he has to answer to the human authorities that are enforcing these treaties just as much as Bryn has to answer to the Fae. I will say, this would probably be. Well, and we've established Bryn and Roland. You have not met before. What is that? What is that introduction like?
Good question. Since since her character has a lot of stuff to do with like the main guy that is going on TV and stuff, has she been on TV as well? So I would recognize her.
Yes, you would definitely recognize her. Like literally, as you're standing here, the crowd that's sort of gathering at the edges of the police blockade are like pointing and being like, "Oh, is that her? I think that is her."
Alright, I'm going to try to hide my discomfort because that makes me very, very nervous. So I'm going to try to like put other people in between me and her, and I'm mostly just kind of describe the entire situation as I was walking across the street and then some stuff started happening and then I saw a kid, so I went to help, and yeah, don't remember much else.
All right, Bryn, how do you comport yourself in that exchange?
Well, just standing tall and regal and trying not to look bad in front of all the onlookers, Don't want to give the Fae a bad rep.
All right. So Avery sort of takes your story and writes down the details. He, even like as he's talking, he like pulls over a couple more like patrol officers and just tells them to be sort of keeping an eye out for unusual people around here, trying to maybe track down Ghost and Locke to hear what they saw. And he says, "Jeez. Well, we got to get this figured out. This is too many kids. It's getting bad." Now that it's kind of been controlled here, most of the cops and the ambulance have kind of rolled off. At this point, it's just maybe one more squad car, because some of them went off to look for people. It's like one squad car with a patrol officer in it, Detective Avery, the kid, and the three of you standing there. And
game real quick. I'm like kind of kicking myself because I really want to actually like join my character to the party, but it just doesn't fit with who he is.
Don't worry, I got you. So while you've been while you've been sort of watching this, Avery has been just sort of like looking around and taking in all the detail. He's really been taking his time and sort of observing. And he's literally like mid-sentence, and he turns around and says, "Hey, look, the kid in the alley. you might as well just come over here.
Ghost doesn't really react because he's just like assuming that he's just gonna like try to act like hella casual and like he's not even thinking it's him. Also, he's moved around to like to the side of the building here, to try to get a better, just to watch better, and he's just kind of like casually leaning against the building. He just like doesn't react, acting like he's just like picking at his fingernails, just acting like he's just some random person just standing there, like not even engaged with anything that's going on, and so that's what he does.
So, Leon and Bryn, you find this exchange kind of funny because you know that Avery has been given something called fairy ointment, which is a sort of magical balm that can be applied once every couple of weeks, that fully allows him to like see fey things.
Okay.
So like when he turns around, he's looking at the cat person just standing there with the robot cat, and is like, "Huh."
Okay, so then I say, so I'm like, hey, kid, it's easy. Come on over here.
I just kind of like look to the side and just like keep picking at my nails, just trying to avoid notice as much as I can. Out of character. Basically, you're gonna like somebody's gonna have to actually like.
We're gonna have to come to you then.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Like his like modus operandi when people are trying to get his attention is to just act like he doesn't hear anything. Essentially, like
It's like a dog not staring at food, just trying to avoid the food so they get it.
basically, like if he thinks that people might be like noticing him, he just like he'll just like try to act like essentially he'll just try to act like an NPC.
Oblivious.
Yeah, like acting completely oblivious.
All right.
So Avery kind of shrugs, but you can guess that he's keeping an eye on you, like he knows where you are. He says, "All right, look, I'll deal with the cat kid in a second."
Also, he's like 37. He's not a kid.
I mean, Avery's like 58 or something. Like he's, he's one day from retirement.
I just repeated what Avery had said, so.
Oh god, foreshadowing.
That's why I called him. That's why I said kid as well.
He says, "All right, look, I guess I'm making the cat kid nervous. I don't want to get too much in your business here. I know you guys do things differently. Here's what I'm going to do. A copy of the evidence we have so far might have fallen into a folder that's in my car. It might accidentally fall out of my car and get left right here on the sidewalk where just anybody could pick it up and look at the details of the case and maybe tell me what the heck is going on. Just as anybody,
Oh, if that was to happen, I'm going to say as I light up a cigarette, I guess I'll tie my shoe.
So you all have Avery's number. You know how to get a hold of him. He's going to drive the kid back home, but he leaves this file for you all. And he departs.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how much time has passed, DM.
But if it's been like 20 minutes, then my guy would have also done a different ritual, which is Phantom Steed.
Ooh, nice.
And I think I'm gonna make it look like one of those double-seated bicycles. But they'll just be like an empty seat in the back,
Nice.
and Corgi will be running in front. So I'm just gonna stroll out the front door with suddenly a Corgi that I did not come in with, and a bicycle that I did not come in with.
You could have had a penny farthing bike.
Why isn't the husky riding on the other seat?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Oh no, the husky's gonna be riding out in front. He's gonna be running in front. Don't worry, guys. I'm also gonna get an unseen servant and put him in the seat.
Okay then.
I don't have time for that yet. I don't think I have time for that yet, so I haven't done it.
Also, when it was, I'm suddenly blanking on the name of the cop guy. That was, that just
Avery.
left. Avery. When Avery leaves, like you can see Ghost relax a little, but he's still trying to like play it hella casual. Although he does reach down to his steel defender, which then jumps and like climbs up his arm and like curls around his neck, like on his shoulders. But he's still leaning against the wall. But at this point, like he stops like looking at his claws and like looks up at Bryn and across the way, but he's not moving yet.
Okay.
So, yeah,
All right.
I think Locke would want to assume probably that he was kind of on the edge of the battle. So I think he'd want to. His curiosity would get the best of him, and he'd want to try and like cycle by the area just to see what's going on his bicycle with the weird horse key in front of him.
All right. So you ride up like just the most hipstery thing that's ever existed. Because to your rumpled professor look, you have added a 2-seater bicycle and a corgi.
Yes.
So,
Now you just need some microbrew.
all right. So you all are sort of awkwardly in this road. The detective has left this information. What do y'all want to do?
I'm assuming we're all over here in like the little grass area, right?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Well, the 3 of you are. Kid is gone.
Is there like a bench or something to sit on?
Yeah, there'd be like especially like at some bus stops along the way and some places for people to wait.
I'm gonna groan as I pick up the folder and be like, I'm gonna have to get myself a change of clothes here soon, and I'm going to go and sit like a near bus stop thing to look through the folder.
And I say, hey, we need to see that folder as well.
I guess you better come have a sit.
All right.
All right. So you all start parsing through this folder.
I'm going to introduce myself to shake hands, everything.
Yep, as well.
All right.
I think that Locke would want to send his corgi with Weasel stat block on a stealth mission to go and like look at this stuff.
Nice.
I want him to, if you're cool with it, DM, I'd like him to like go towards the group and Locke to like hang back.
Make a stealth check.
All right, cool.
A stealthy corgi. That sounds.
I don't
mean-
know how to do this for the familiar, but I do have the stat block in front of me.
With beyond. Oh, you don't have beyond 20. Yeah,
Well, I do
just
have
just
Beyond
roll it
20.
and tell us.
I have beyond 20. I just don't have the stat block for the
Just a sec,
familiar
I'm-
loaded in there.
Oh, I can drop it in your extras tab.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's not a giant weasel. There you go.
I didn't have it loaded, but now I think it should work.
Oh, nice.
Might have to reload the page or something.
I probably don't see the cat.
Nope. Well, we'll see.
Okay. All right. So Weasel, stealth. You said stealth roll.
Yep.
Okay. Where does it let me do stealth? There we go.
Nice. That's
yeah.
surprisingly stealthy for a Husk Corgi.
Yeah.
Well, he let me choose the stat block, so
The weasel stat block. There you go. It's small.
I mean, it is also it's a Fey familiar corgi.
Right.
Fair.
So it's not
Yeah.
like an actual corgi.
it's not a real corgi. It just looks that way. It's actually a spirit. It's a spirit. Yeah.
That's cool.
It's like it's actually like a fragment of like a great black hound. That's just sort of been like peeled off to create this familiar spirit.
Right. So if I can, I'd like to stealth up and like look at the documents, and then I think Locke can look at them through the familiar.
So you're going to catch like little glimpses here and there. You're probably not going to get the whole thing just because of the angle of it, unless the corgi is like going to jump up in one of their laps.
Yeah, I think if he can't get all the information, then Locke would have him, put on a show, make him look like adorable, and get people to pet him and get a better look at whatever they're holding.
Aren't you a sweetheart? I'm gonna pull in my lap.
All right. So all of you who can see this, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Let's go.
Hold on just a second.
Investigation.
Yay! I did not have high hopes.
When Ghost sees him send the
Very
Corgi,
nice.
he basically compresses the Steel Defender, and makes it like go and climb the wall and scout.
All right.
That's
So.
embarrassing.
Oh, jeez.
Should I roll for him?
Go home, Bryn.
So Roland and Leon, you all pull out the relevant details very quickly. The disappearances started a couple of weeks ago. There's been 5, I said, notes. Yep, there's been 5 before this. It was all boys ranging from 7 to 12.
How many of these distinctly happened in my neighborhood?
None of them happened in your neighborhood.
Okay.
Because, well, you live in a very specific part of town. And these kids are sort of all... You notice that all of the addresses are not terribly far from where you are now. And you also notice they're all human children.
Okay.
So they wouldn't have been... Chances are good they wouldn't have been living in your neighborhood. So it's mostly sort of suburban homes. Kids were out in the yard. One was waiting at a bus stop. They were all like outside. Originally, they thought it was just like a straight up like human kidnapper. Like one kid, you think maybe it's a relative with a grudge or something. But once it was the second kid, third, fourth, they thought they were looking at some kind of crazy serial something happening. Now you all know there's apparently a bit of a Fae element to it. What else is super relevant?
In my little prelude thing for me, there had the entire thing with the snow and stuff like that. So where would that have specifically happened then? Like which kidnapping would that have been?
So, all right, you made the connection. It normally snows some this time of year, but now that you think about it, and you're like looking at these dates, it has snowed extensively every time one of these kids has gone missing.
I'm gonna point this out, and I'm going to vaguely bring up like the situation that happened not too long ago. Gonna point with cigarette finger, you know, sort of.
Cool. Should I be like investigation and perception or something? I'm having my steel kitty spy from the wall.
Honestly, they're getting it. You'd get about the same.
Okay, cool.
Especially because, you're kind of seeing this through sort of a secondhand connection. So you make the connection that there's been this weird bout of snow. You also specifically relate to the group that it's causing tensions to rise between humans and Fae. That there's something weird is happening, and the Fae are the new people in town, and so it's ramping up dramatically. Also, since you kind of already ID'd it, it's been getting colder and snowing harder each time.
So this was disappearance 5 or 6?
This would have been 6.
Okay.
One more thing you notice, all of them are kind of in a radius, like it's almost like someone was doing a very bad random distribution. It almost looks like if you drew a point in the center, they almost describe a circle. If you look at where these kids went missing.
Okay.
Okay.
What else? Everyone can make a. This would be a history check for you all.
Okay. I'm a smart boy.
Actually, I have something in that.
Oh yeah.
All
Not that
right.
it matters, of course. Damn it.
It's the whims of the dice. So especially on a nat 20, you all remember that one of the worst causes of the war between human and Fae was the disappearance of children. There are a lot of Fae that are enamored with human children for various reasons.
Changelings.
There were incidents with changelings. There's more gruesome things that just flat out eat children. There's also a weird phenomenon, maybe because certain Fae are like an embodiment of like youth and vitality. Something about children like pizza. 1 second.
So what's up?
Oh, he had to go for a sec.
Oh, okay.
The DM did.
Pizza arrived and then dogs reacted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to eat while I play too.
Just mute
Did a pickle.
periodically is what I do.
Oh yeah. Well, I just mean like acquiring food. this
Oh,
time. Like-
yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, I could totally do DoorDash. I kind of want to order DoorDash, but I would need to like get my dad's approval.
Okay, back for a second. Yes, taking children, enamored with children. There were several famous stories of powerful fae who would carry off children, and it only got worse once the war really started going in earnest. And so this is something that has a long and nasty history between humans and fae.
All right.
Anything else? And I think that's about all you gather from this.
Okay.
I think since we've been rolling a while, I'm going to take like a 5-minute refill drink, bathroom run, grab a slice of pizza.
Sounds good.
So if everyone wants to do something similar, we'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Colby. It's been fun so far.
Yeah, it's been good so far.
Awesome.
All right. I'll be back as well.
Where the heck is my pizza?
Be back too.
I didn't get you one. Ever again.
I just googled gluten-free restaurant Austin, Texas, and this has gluten-free, 23 great gluten-free friendly Austin restaurants, and like that's just also hijacked, all about baked goods without allergens, to encourage gluten-free friendly.
What has Pat done now? Who knows?
Fish shellfish. So theoretically, so potentially.
Okay, the two that I know of are Picnic and Wilderwood.
Okay. That was another one I saw on the listings.
If there's more than that, great. Close the door.
I grab a hoodie because this room is a little cold.
Yeah, it's pretty cold in here.
Where are you located?
I'm in New Mexico.
Oh, okay. I'm right next to Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Trying to find gluten-free food that I can order from DoorDash. My dad has celiac disease.
So does my sister.
And yeah, it's frustrating.
It is, especially when you're trying to order takeout.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, there's at least a few
Okay. I'm back.
gluten-free restaurants in Austin. Just discovered thanks to Google a dedicated gluten-free burger joint.
Oh,
Hey,
nice.
that would be awesome.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, we definitely don't have anything like that because we live in a small area, but
Mhm.
you know, there's some places that accommodate pretty well.
Why am I getting like repeated Discord notifications when there aren't actually any useful notifications for me?
Because Discord is dumb sometimes.
True. That's very true. I think it's like I'm on like a whole bunch of different servers, and like people are posting in them, but like the majority of them I don't really pay attention to. But whenever somebody posts, it's like, hey, Discord is like beep beep.
You can
letting
change
me know it's
notifications
posted somewhere.
to mentions only for that channel. if
Yeah,
you
I
want.
know. I have that on a lot, but it's just like it still like gives me that little auditory one, even if it doesn't pop up like an actual proper
Oh, weird.
like proper
Huh.
like badge notification.
Yeah, that's weird.
Dumb. Yep.
I'm not very good with Discord. Like, I'm in a bunch of
Same.
channels. Like, even my own for my own ministry. It's like I'm in there sometimes, but it's just like when they're big enough, it's just so hard to
Mhm.
like follow, like
Yeah.
when what people are saying and talking about, and you have a bunch of threads and stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm getting some Fables / Wolf Among Us vibes from this campaign so far.
Nice. Okay, so the restaurant I just discovered apparently doesn't have DoorDash, which is sad. Oh, but you can pick it up, but that's not entirely helpful. Trying to find good food that I can get from DoorDash that's gluten free so my dad can eat it.
I bet that's quite a task because a lot of places probably don't like really advertise that they have anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I searched Google for like gluten-free restaurant Austin, Texas, and there's
Well, the biggest problem is some things are, naturally gluten free, but
Mhm.
Right.
whether or not they actually prevent cross contamination.
exactly. That's
be-
why you gotta
Right.
find, that's why you gotta find restaurants that actually state that they have a like specifically gluten-free.
That's kind of
Yeah,
like people with like peanut allergies. How like you never know if they're cooked in some kind of similar thing or not. Cross contamination.
I know for my sister, like something as simple as, they didn't change their gloves after putting the top on a burger. That'll make her sick.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Or if something like fries in the same fryer that they make like chicken tenders.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All right, do we have everybody back?
Pat is almost back, I think. But yeah, we eat a lot of certain chains like Denny's, Red Lobster. They're really good about it.
That's good.
Because she's my neighbor, so she eats with us a lot. I've gotten good at gluten-free cooking, baking, all that.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Come on.
So, just to give you an idea of kind of where we're going with this next, each of you has sort of different connections with the neighborhood. Different people who might be able to help you narrow this down and figure out what you're looking for. And so you'll have a little bit of time to go check in with a few of them, and they should be able to help you find and deal with whatever this is.
I guess we never checked out that address as well.
The address was just this kid's house.
Oh, okay.
It's where he went missing from.
Oh, okay. Never
And
mind.
obviously, as the police encircled it,
That's not a good idea.
yeah.
I'm going to bring up that my clothes are completely shredded, and I'm going to offer if they don't mind tagging along for a second to my house real quick so I could change. I'd be willing to buy everyone a round of drinks while we talk about this.
when he hears that, Ghost is gonna come over and cast Mending on your clothes. He's gonna finally amble over and just like
Oh.
come over and just like pat you on the shoulder and cast Mending.
really don't care. I'm not hungry right
Much appreciated. Thank you. That saves us time.
Yeah.
I'm still down for a drink.
Each of you knows a few different people. So Roland specifically, you would know Mrs. Starbow, who is a little old Fey lady who lives in your neighborhood, and she was something of like a bard, historian, storyteller. Leon and Bryn, you all have assistants back at the embassy named Moontree and Shrubberny. They might have information. Locke, you know there's a folklore collection at the university which has some genuine Fey articles in it. Those of you who are local would know there's an artificer, a little gnome named Nettleby, who lives fairly close to Roland's neighborhood, who might be well informed. Also, none of you probably have positive impressions of this person, but there is a group of human mages called the Blackthorn Circle, who have a fairly impressive library. And Ghost, you know that you're supposed to have a contact here, and you assume it's this mysterious bee who signed the note when you arrived and has something to do with the pawn shop.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how he would like try to bring that up with the rest of the group. Locke, have you actually joined the group yet, or are you still only watching via Corgi?
He may not be back yet.
Oh, right. Okay. I feel like Ghost feels safest with either Roland or Locke. And so since Locke hasn't joined the group yet, he kind of asks if he can like talk to Roland, like off the side a little bit.
Hey, friends, are we back, or are we waiting on anybody?
We're still waiting on Pat, but I was sort of talking folks through some options. Basically, you all need to figure out what it is you're dealing with and how to deal with it. And you have, you each have some unique contacts that will help you figure that out. You specifically know that there is a fairly good folklore archive at the university that has some genuine Fey histories in it. The others knew various old folks who know the history of the Fae. There's some official connections through the embassy. There's a mysterious contact of ghosts. There's also a mage that all of the locals probably do not like.
So who else? Let me see here. Looks like Leon.
Awesome.
Sorry, what?
Hello again.
Looks like Leon, Bryn, and Ghost are all up there.
Yeah.
As well as Roland are talking together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I think to get their attention, the corgi that they are all petting and think, I assume, is adorable. I'm gonna I think with a familiar, I can make them enter a pocket dimension, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then reappear when I want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so Locke is going to suddenly the corgi they're petting is going to disappear. And then Locke is going to stroll up with the corgi in hand up to the group.
Okay.
And he's going to ask, are you all from the Fae?
You could say that.
And
I respond yes.
Ghost just kind of responds by looking down at Locke, looking at himself and looking Locke in the eyes, and just like giving him like a pointed stare.
Okay. Locke will respond and say, "What's wrong with your face?"
What's wrong with your height?
Oh.
Okay. What
Okay, I
would
feel
Locke
like
do in
that's that
response
actually.
to that? Oh, there's.
I that was in the moment. I really want to recant that.
Too late.
All right.
I think we have a little more
Yeah.
pressing issues here, fellas.
Let's do. Locke will reach out his hand to shake his hand and say, "No problem. Just trying to be helpful."
Yeah,
He'll
he
reach out
does.
his hand to whoever had the disgruntled face at him. Who was that person?
That was me, Ghost.
Okay. That was Ghost.
Because
Okay, he'll reach
I
out
mean,
his hand to
Ghost responded that way because he's a cat man and he knows that Locke can tell.
He'll just reach out his hand civilly to Ghost.
Ghost isn't really a touchy person, so he kind of just like looks at your hand, just kind of like shakes his head and says, "I don't do touch."
I would like to help you. I have information, and I know where we can find it concerning Fey creatures. Concerning our Fey predicament that you and I clearly know about and participated in. Would you like it or not?
I just got here, so mostly dealing with them.
Yeah, this question is to all of you, not just to him.
All right. So then I guess I respond. All right. So what do you got?
I work at the university. And what did you say, DM? That I know there's a good Fey archive or something?
There's an archive of folklore that contains several like genuine, several genuine volumes of like actual Fey history.
All right, and would I know that they'd be written in a different language, or are they written in my language, in the common?
There'd be a mix. There'd be like archaic common. There would be Sylvan, Elvish, things like that.
Okay. Then yeah, it'd be so. Then Locke will say, "I know of an archive where we can access old information about the Fey creatures and about these Fey events, and I think you all could help me because you can speak some of the languages. If you'll accompany me to the university, we can investigate."
I actually have Eyes of the Runekeeper, and I can read any writing.
Nice.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
thought
I
I had-
also have a ritual of comprehend languages if I need to use it.
Awesome.
Sweet. Y'all came ready.
Oh yeah.
So if y'all are good, we can head over that way.
I do have my own needs, but it seems like you all need to know what you're doing, so I suppose I'll stay with you for now.
The corgi goes up to Ghost and lifts his leg and pees.
Oh.
I was hoping that's what you were gonna say. In
And then I put it into a pocket dimension.
Ghost is able to use his like beeline reactions to just dodge it, and hisses a little.
And out of nowhere, Bear Grylls comes in. Don't spill it.
All right. So
do
you
I
all.
Should
Go ahead.
there be some kind of dexterity contest or something?
Good question.
This is literally a pissing contest.
Exactly.
Yeah. Opposed dexterity checks.
All right. This weasel's pretty good.
17.
Show me what it is.
For fun.
While they're doing this,
So
Do I
dex
have-
save? Is that what you said, DM?
No, you make a dex check. I make a dex save.
Okay, just a dex check.
while they're doing this, I'm gonna light up another cigarette. Do I have contacts in my neighborhood that like work with me directly that can kind of like share information to kind of get it out to the community?
Yeah, you'd really be able. Honestly, anyone from your neighborhood could sort of start the phone tree.
Okay. I'm gonna remove myself from whatever is going on, and I'm going to call up one of my more like trusted contacts. And I'm going to let them know like what happened, and basically tell everybody to keep inside because it's probably gonna come back around on the Fae, and we don't want what happened with Charlene the other day to happen again.
Yeah. So you contact your next door neighbor, Faye Nettle, and he tells you that he'll take care of it. Faye Nettle is a kind of steely creature that resembles basically a humanoid goat. And he's very trustworthy. He runs a little organic produce stand.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him if he could pop in and feed my fish too.
He says he's gotten fairly good at cell phones. He says, "Yeah, sure, LOL. Priorities, I know."
Nice.
All right. So you all are easily able to sort of pack off to the university. Queensborough University is it's a fairly nice school. There's a larger state school kind of nearby, but this is sort of like one of the old historic colleges in town. And most notably, they have a very extensive archive. And a lot of it has been in the process of being reclassified because what was assumed to be fiction and folklore and fairy tale, a lot of it has turned out to actually be real, which has required some really fundamental re-examination of their categories that they were using. So Locke can easily navigate you to the archives. The archivist you know is actually the head archivist, this relentlessly cheerful young man. You don't know his first name. You've always just called him Allenson, which is his last name. And it's sort of early afternoonish. He's in his office. You easily find him. He's just happy, almost unbearably happy. He's always like inviting you to like go do things and insisting basically that you all be friends whether you want to or not. It's up to you how much success he's had with that.
Locke is at the point where over the last encounter he had to be a little bit rude just to say, "I need my space."
Oh.
Where he hasn't actually been unkind, but just been like, you know, it's okay if we don't spend every afternoon together.
Okay.
Oh, and he would have just rolled with it.
Yeah.
He would have just been like, "Oh yeah, cool, yeah, no worries, man."
Yeah.
Ghost kind of like, as much as he can while being part of the group, kind of keeps to himself. Like in this situation, he's trying to wait for an opportunity to talk to Roland about trying to find the contact that he had.
Yeah. So writing down some words before I forget them. Yeah, so you can kind of spin off and sort of ask him about it.
All right, so I guess Locke will say,
Allinson, would you be so kind as to introduce us to the folklore archive?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh man, this is great. We've been working on it, and I think we've just about got it figured out. Like, some of these are like actual history. That's so weird, man. There's like fairies and nymphs and gnomes. Dude, there's gnomes. Isn't that awesome?
and Locke will he'll just say, "You are so observant."
He laughs and says,
He'll bite his tongue. He'll bite his tongue in a not so subtle way.
so he's just like really excited to show you this. He leads you over. You can actually see it's in the process of being moved from like sort of a dusty, disused corner to like a new exhibit that's like the lost legacy of the Fae.
Nice.
And there's these like historical plaques that are like being put together and all this stuff. And he just like, what?
It would be great if they were like putting up like animatronic Fae. Like,
It's not quite that extreme. There are definitely some like tasteful like photos though. Like Bryn, your boss has definitely posed for some of these posters. There's even like a little like TV running a clip that's like, hold on, I need to pull his name from the backstory. I have so many pages open over here, guys. It's crazy.
Nice.
yeah, I can imagine.
There we go. As you walk by, this little like screen by the door starts going. It's still like being in the process of being installed. You can see there's like basically a hole in the wall and wires coming out of it attached to this little TV. But the motion sensor goes off, and this very prim, elven-looking man with like green glowing eyes and silver hair, and he's wearing this very nice it's a very nice suit, but it's in like an odd color. It's like a forest green almost. And he says, "Welcome, my name is Ambassador Llewellyn, and I'm here to extend our warmest greetings from the Fae. The Fae are a storied people," and he just goes on and on and on. You all quickly sort of walk past it. Allinson is like, "Oh yeah, I've heard that a lot." Anyway, he goes and
Locke will try to, with a sense of urgency, say,
Allinson, can we get to the books, please?
yeah. And I mean, like, he's walking. Like, he didn't stop. He doesn't want to stand and hear this. You're just sort of catching this Dopplering as you go by. He's
well,
walking
Locke
you
is
towards...
definitely impatient, even though he's been walking. He's like, does not want to stop.
There's a back room off of this sort of exhibit area where you can see like tables where there's piles of like gloves and magnifying glass and like delicate tools to like turn these very fragile pages and archive things. And he takes you back there. He swipes a key card. The door pops open. Goes back. There's a large like, it's like a bookshelf set into a cabinet that's been locked. pulls out a little key, unlocks it, and just starts like whipping off like 10 volumes. And he says, yeah, you're going to want Morgan and Jacobs and Thurber and Lang. Oh, this is cool. These are on loan. This is from Maymeadow. This is from Launce. Yeah, that should cover most of it.
Do you, by any chance, I don't know how much progress you made, but do you have any sort of, a search engine or an index or something of these texts that we could sort through some of it faster?
You're looking at him.
Oh, you are that person. Okay. So there's no mechanical, technological hoo-ha for us to do?
No, man, this is all old school.
Great. That's how I prefer it.
I'm like the only actual human, so I'm going to be going through this place kind of interested, poking and touching things I shouldn't. kind of trailing behind, a little more curious because,
Ghost, you definitely catch out of the corner of your eye a whole book about the Cat Sea, and
oh boy, he latches onto that like immediately.
And Allison's like, yeah, man, just take a look. It's all good. So what are you looking for? Like, these are like this is like the top notch best. What kind of stuff are you looking for?
Well, information that might explain some of the recent events that I'm sure you've seen on the news. Perhaps, information about illicit portals and that kind of thing.
Oh man, that's like current event stuff.
And missing children, perhaps.
Missing children, we've got more of those. And he starts like flipping through some pages, and he sort of pulls a couple of like special, like acid-free, careful bookmarks and places them through. They're just like little ribbons. He's like, yeah, we got a couple of those. What else what else am I looking for?
Well, friends, what do you think?
It's focused very, very heavily on his book.
At this point, DM, I don't know if I could have summoned an unseen servant at some point along the way. It's like a 10-minute ritual. I'd like for him to help in this. I don't know what kind of tasks he can do. If like he could flip through books and look for.
Yes, if you can.
Okay, and like look for topics or something.
I know it could flip the pages. I don't think they're terribly smart.
I don't know. Yeah, I know it's mindless, but
yeah, it would be more like it could like hold books for you. It could like reshelve books. It could flip pages.
Okay.
It's not going to be able to like parse like historical folklore.
Right, but I want him sort of bouncing around, grabbing books, expediting the process for us.
So we just see books start moving at random without anything touching them.
You do, yes.
So
Our record keeper there, is he seeing this?
what?
What about the archivist guy? Is he seeing all that happen?
He's starting to look a little confused. And he kind of leans in conspiratorially. You guys see that too, right?
No, Allinson, what do you mean?
Oh.
Is literally just focused on his book.
He
you
like
talk like a Dumbledore from Potter Puppet Pals.
Oh my God, yeah.
You got me.
Allinson reaches out and tries to like grab one of the books that the servant is pulling down, and there's a moment of like tug of war for this book, and he like finally gets it out of the servant's hand and looks at it.
Now, any resistance, I think I'd have the unseen servant just drop it. I definitely wouldn't want a tug of war. I just want to mess with Allinson. I don't want to like literally reinforce everything.
Nice.
So, Locke, you would definitely have noticed this. really most of you, I would say you would all have noticed something of this, but probably only Locke because of his detect magic, and Bryn and Roland for other reasons. Magic tends to Fey magic tends to have sort of a flavor to it. Not just not only can you tell apart like human and Fey magic, but often you can tell the type of Fey. There's distinctive colors and impressions that sort of run through Fey magic. When you use a spell like Detect Magic, Seelie magic tends to come up in shades of like gold and green. It's very like spring and summer colors. Unseelie magic tends to be white, blue, gray, green, those sorts of colors. There was something unusual about this Fey magic. I want to have the three of you make an Arcana check.
So I like just realized that like mine is blue, but I'm Seelie. But I mean, hey.
Well, and it might look different. The visual effect that happens that people see, and sort of the underpinning magic might look different.
Mm-hmm.
Does Neon Court magic have its own look, or is it more like
Neon Court magic is very distinctive. Like
So-
literally when you look at it through something like Detect Magic, it's part of how they have their name. It is visibly this like sizzling neon.
So
and
do I know where this is coming from, or do I get the sense there is a Fae in the library?
No, so this is the magic you saw earlier.
Oh, so before we got here? Or...
Yes, this is the magic you encountered. That the
on the street?
Yeah, this was the demand that was sort of poured out. I might be saying this word wrong, so I'm typing it in chat. Now I'm not sure I'm spelling it right, so I'm looking it up, then I'm typing it in chat.
Is it D-A-E?
Oh, Demen. I think it's Demen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't say it
No,
in
it's a
normal
strange word,
conversation
yeah.
very often. So let's look at the Arcana checks. Okay, that works. So Locke, when you saw this magic, just on like raw detail, magic of cold and ice is almost always winter magic. But this looked wrong to you. Almost like the colors had run or become sort of blurred at the edges, and you weren't seeing exactly what it was.
So I didn't see what I'd expect, like evocation or something.
Right, like you saw the schools, but the way they expressed themselves, you'd have thought it would have been Unseelie magic, but it wasn't. Actually, as you think about it, well, I'll tell you what gives you the hint here. While you had your detect magic on, you took a glance at Leon. And Leon is this weird combination of Seelie magic and Wild Fey magic. His aura has this sort of blurring of these categories. You realize that what you all saw wasn't Unseelie magic. It was like Seelie magic that had been thrown out of key. It was twisted or warped in some way.
So the Seelie, just so I'm clear, those are that's the court that wants to keep status quo, right?
That's Seelie and Unseelie. They've been working together since the Sundering.
Okay. So they are not people who would want to. So someone is using their magic to do what they don't want to do, which is to infringe on the human world.
Yeah, there's something that is off kilter with this, but you feel like it definitely has Seelie roots.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, friends, this does not bode well. These books do not seem to speak to what we experienced yet. It seems to be different. We encountered something unusual. And I think he'd like to ask Allinson.
What?
Do you know where we might find people or creatures, perhaps mages or a type of magic that might co-opt Seelie and Unseelie methods?
Oh, that's a little esoteric for me, but if you've got,
Well, if it's not esoteric, well, it's not interesting.
well, what we do have, I mean, we're still kind of figuring this out. I could probably cross-reference, even talk. All right, so something about like taking children, right?
Well, yes, if this can overlap with that, yes. We are sensing a type of magic that is using Seelie and Unseelie without their consent.
You're whatting magic?
Sensing.
He's giving you a weird look. Oh, okay.
We're just picking up clues. That's all, Allinson. Stop suspecting everything.
Make a deception check.
Oh, fudge.
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
This is not going to be good.
Oh, okay. You lucked out.
I was gonna say, that was
Allinson
less
just has a
than
very trusting nature, and it's just like, okay. All right, so like taking children and like what kind of
Coercive use of Seelie and Unseelie magic without their consent. Someone co-opting their magic.
so co-opting magic?
In other words, I'm sure you know the Seelie, don't you? Seelie and
Yeah, they're
Unseelie?
like Llewellyn back there.
Indeed. They would not want to be entering into our realm, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So, who might be able to use their magic to do things in our realm? That's what we want to know.
I mean, there's some stories about like mages and stuff, but I mean, there's also stories of like fae who have like started with a court and then left.
Yes,
Does that sound right?
Yes. Both of these are good. Hop to it, man.
Okay, so you're looking for something like Seelie-ish and children. Anything else?
What else do you think, people? The Boolean phrase is what we're looking for.
Ghost is basically not really paying attention to this conversation because that's not something that he's concerned with.
I would also
Just
like to.
More ice stuff, honestly. would
I'll be right back.
Once Allinson goes off out of earshot to look some of this stuff up, I'd like to see if I can do detect magic again in the library and see if any of the tomes might themselves be magical.
Yeah. Most of them aren't. You do catch just like a slight air of magic on Where did my... I definitely typed out the names of all of the... nope, apparently not. I think it was Moonberry and Launce were the last two names. Those last two books that he pulled, there's just the faintest bit of magic. But sort of with your own expertise, you get the impression it's less that it's like a spell book or a magic item or something, and probably more that these are genuine Fey tomes, and so it was probably magic was used to aid in its creation.
That would get me more information, DM.
What?
I can use identify if that would get me more info.
No, it's just like they were probably written with the assistance of magic, like literally like something like an unseen servant dictating. Probably not something like fundamental to the book. So he starts cross-referencing. Everyone who saw the file, just make a raw intelligence check.
Or maybe we could add like Yeti and whatever wolves to this Boolean phrase too, I suppose.
Intelligence.
Intelligence check, you said?
Yep.
Nice.
Yay!
Um,
Oh, 19 plus 3.
Jeez.
intelligence. Okay, I found it.
I'll roll him hot. Wow, wait. 3 of us rolled 22.
Oh, I accidentally rolled a save.
I messed up. I rolled an 8 first and then rolled a 22, so count the 8, not the 22.
That's so good though.
I think I pressed it twice on accident.
Oh, intelligence.
Your intelligence is only 5.
Sorry, who?
Locke.
No, it's like 16
my
or 17.
intelligence is 17, but
The
plus
bonus
3.
I
is
rolled
three.
an 8. I accidentally rolled a save earlier.
Well, so Bryn got a natural 20.
Nice.
And you remembered one last thing that you all haven't followed up on. The location of the places the boys were taken seemed to be within a radius of a certain point in town. And you would know, especially because you've had to like help match Fey immigrants with like appropriate environments. Some Fey are closely connected to a natural place and actually require it to survive. So it's possible that if you figure out what's at that point, it might give you the last piece you need to figure this out.
Okay, so should we go check that area then?
You could, but I would encourage you to put yourself in like in sort of, at least Locke and Roland hopefully would have thought of this. Y'all have smartphones.
Oh yeah, duh.
That's not something you commonly have when playing D&D, so you know, it's easy to
right.
forget.
Yeah,
That's funny.
it's actually in your character sheets. Like
work for us.
you all actually have mechanics for how to use your smartphone.
And Locke is going. I suppose we'll do like a technology check, but he's going to say, "Let me use the magic phone."
I'll just use my phone because I'm not them.
I mean,
All right.
obviously it's not a literal magic phone, but in his head, it's like there's not much difference between magic and this phone.
Mhm.
All right, so you all should have a technology skill, and you can just click it, and it will hopefully point you in the right direction.
Ooh.
It does not.
Doo-doo-doo. All right, so Leon, you're like super proud of yourself. You've broken like 6 smartphones in 3 months.
My big old paw.
You very delicately get like 2 of your giant fingers into your pocket. You successfully pull out your phone. It's a giant phone. It's like the equivalent of like a Galaxy Note. Like
Those are my type of phones anyway. That's so perfect.
yeah, but in your giant paw, it looks tiny. And you like retract your claw and like just very delicately like get it, and you manage to zoom it in, and that area is very residential. You see a lot of just block after block of houses, but right towards the center, there's a park, and and you notice that at the center of the park is a lake.
Oh. All right.
So now, I'm just going to have all of y'all make an investigation check with advantage.
Okay. So.
Or actually, I'll say
Does
this,
that mean we can do it
investigation or
twice?
history, whichever you prefer.
Should I make one too?
Yeah,
Okay.
So do we just enter both rolls?
whichever you prefer. Pick
You say
one or the other to
investigation.
roll.
Okay. Investigation or history?
Yeah.
I think they're the same for me.
20.
Nice.
For some reason, my second roll took like 8 years. There we go. Oh, either way.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll go with the 18.
So you all sort of almost find this simultaneously. You tell Alex in this last piece that you think there's a lake involved. And he starts cross-referencing. He like pulls out some like index cards and is like literally like cross-referencing. And he flips, and it's just one story in one book. And almost at the same time that he flips to it, Bryn, you feel a little sick to your stomach because you remember this story. This is the story about a Seelie lady who was called the Grok Anon. And she was actually a very minor Fey noble who lived in a mountain lake in the human realm. And this human warrior fell in love with her. And he courted her relentlessly. She kept like sending him off and rejecting his gifts and all of his pleas. And finally, he managed to win her heart by baking her the perfect loaf of bread. And they eventually fell in mutual love. They were married. And it was to sort of great controversy on both sides. They ended up having several children together. And then the last great Fey-human war broke out. As the war progressed, the tension on both of them grew more and more difficult to navigate until finally one last particular back and forth of atrocities committed on the other caused the human warrior to leave her behind. And not only did he leave her, but he took their children with him.
Oh.
So when the sundering happened, she ended up stuck on the wrong side. She was stuck on the Fey side for centuries, while her half-human, half-Fey children were on the human side.
Wow.
So as you look at it, yeah, there's a moment of like deep discomfort. things are better now, but for just a minute, you all realize why things became the way they were, why these worlds were split apart, and all of the things that came out of that. You all would also know a lot of Fae don't age.
Right.
It's reasonable to assume that you're not looking for a similar Fae. You are looking for this specific spirit. And you have a pretty good idea of where you're going to find her.
So,
Yeah.
do we all know this story now, or was it just Bryn?
It was in the books as well.
Oh, okay.
She just had a more visceral reaction.
Sure.
It's sort of a cautionary tale. So everybody make an Arcana check.
Okay. That's cool.
We're heavy in the research phase of the operation.
Oh, we all need to do Arcana?
Oh, man.
Uh,
I got such a great bonus, and not a great roll.
Wow, another nat 20. The dice are liking me today.
Yeah, the rolls have been pretty good tonight, mostly.
so
Except that one.
Except for that
this
one, right when I said that. Oh, wait, which one did I?
It's supposed to be rolling
Acrobatics.
on-
Oh, I meant to roll Arcana.
Leon attempts to jump over a bookshelf.
yeah, Leon just like trips over a chair for no reason.
The faster I run, the more I know things.
So this is actually something that Bryn and Leon, you all have had to think about before. Most of the Fae who are on this side, part of the criteria for being allowed over here is that they're below a certain sort of metaphysical mass. The human authorities are very reluctant to let these huge, powerful Fae who have essentially like mass destructive capabilities just come hang out. So most of them are fairly small, and it's mostly Fae that would either die if they were attacked, or would, if they were killed, they would eventually be sort of Doctor Who style reincarnated in the Feywild. The problem is that a creature that's powerful enough to summon servants and create a demand like this one did is way outside of that weight class.
Not surprised.
As long as this creature is within its sort of chosen place, you won't be able to just kill it. What you're going to have to do instead is enact a plan you all had hoped to avoid, which is a banishment ritual.
Oh.
Ooh.
So, just so I'm clear, as far as the story is concerned, basically, we're dealing with like a cosmic divorce?
Yes, a very, very, very terrible divorce that was compounded by hundreds of years of isolation on the other side.
Right.
Right, and was this, do we know, who initiated it really, or do we just know that they ended up having to separate the worlds?
The worlds were separated by basically the high sorcerer king of the humans and the high sorcerer king of the Fae. They both sacrificed their lives to separate them.
Right. But the reason they decided, so I'm just thinking in terms of the folklore.
Oh, this couple specifically separated because they were essentially from differing sides of this war. And as the sides did horrible things to each other,
It escalated, yeah.
yeah, it eventually like just tore apart the relationship. And
he abandoned her and took the kids.
yeah, the human man just absconded with the children into the night.
Right, and was that, do we have any idea what their motives are?
who did what, who's at fault kind of thing, or is it just for unknown reasons they parted ways?
Well, I mean, it's because of the war.
The lady wants revenge, basically, and wants to break.
She's lashing out. She's probably just lashing out.
Yeah.
It sounds like
She's
the
trying to
lady
collect kids.
is the lady on this side. She's trying to actively open up portals to her children on the other side, I guess. Right?
No. She was on the other side. The children were on this side. She was on the other side.
I see.
And her children are, you would imagine, even as half Fae, are probably long dead.
She's still holding a grudge, basically, and wants to cause trouble.
I think she's trying to collect
Ancestors,
children.
maybe.
Like,
Could be descendants too.
or she's just trying to collect children.
I think she's just vengeful, really. Like,
Yeah,
just,
she's vengeful, and so she's kidnapping children to raise them as her own.
DM,
Uh-huh.
could Locke do some kind of check to maybe a history check to think if there's any likelihood of himself being linked to this as a Fae himself?
You would actually be very sort of intimately aware of sort of your history, and your people are like pure Fae, and you actually go back a very, very long way. You're actually descended from sort of a lot of things in the Fae are reflections of things in the human world, and your people were spirits of knowledge, of intellect and wisdom, and you all basically stayed because a trove of fairy knowledge had been entrusted to a group of humans, and you were sent as guardians to go with it. So your people essentially stayed with these books for over
For the
1,000
sake of
years.
cultural heritage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't really know all of the motives of the mother or the father, is basically what you're saying.
No, and this is in the form of like they literally thought this was a fairy tale until 5 years ago.
Well, yeah, and it is a fairy tale.
Yeah. But it means that like they didn't record it like a biography or a history with
Right.
a lot of like core detail.
Right. They thought of it as just a fun story.
On my side of it, I'm sure that when people cross through my little legal thingy, that I mentioned we keep some sort of tabs or
Yes, she is not
book about,
one.
like,
She's not one that would have passed through yours. You would definitely have known. And Bryn, you know for sure she's not here legally either.
So, would we assume the father is in this realm,
I mean, the father's dead.
but the mother is not?
1300
yeah,
Yeah,
because the father was human.
yeah, human man, Fey woman, 1,300 years ago.
Got you. Okay. So kind of, yeah, okay.
you did.
Arwen and Aragorn thing.
He did.
Kinda, yeah.
Actually, it'd be earlier than that. It'd be Baron and Luthien kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah, this is old, especially in this world because of the hard break between pre and post sundering. A lot of the stuff that happened in the pre-sundering world is considered mythological.
Wow.
People didn't treat it as history because it was insane.
What's the name? Do we know the name of the mother?
She is
He had said it earlier. I don't remember either. Though.
yeah. The Grog Anon.
Okay. Locke's gonna consult with Guishi, I think.
Yeah.
Gonna consult
Gwishki.
with Gwishli about that name.
All right, make a religion check.
Not great at those. I'm okay.
Jeez. Yeah, you did okay. So you kind of like step out into the hallway for a second, find sort of an out of the way spot, and settle yourself in like the darkest corner you can find. And it takes you a minute to sort of get yourself into the right mental and spiritual space. You have to sort of hold together this emptiness of thought, but also sort of stir up this grief and rage that just always sort of boils in your stomach. And you manage to align the two elements, and you find yourself in that near void forest that you see sometimes. And the Gwishki is padding quietly, sort of in circles around you. You almost can't see him. It's more that you just know he's there. And he just leans down and whispers, "What does my little pup need?"
You.
Grag unknown.
For a long moment, there's just sort of gentle sounds of movement and occasional like sort of forest sound in the distance. And then red eyes open very close to your face. "Ah, yes. The Lake Maiden. A truly heart-rending tale. What do you wish to know?"
I want to know her motives.
The centuries have not been kind to the lady. Anger and grief have frozen over into an icy madness. She seeks children lost to her forever.
Does she seek to meld the realms again?
There are no such grand ambitions in her madness. Only pain and hurt and longing and love tangled up together.
All right, last question. What would you have me do with Greg?
The maiden's pain is of little concern to me, but I have seen an opportunity. This is your moment. Endear yourself to the Summer Lady, to this... Well, what he is, I will not say of yet. Earn accolade for yourself. And oh, what wonders will await.
The Summer Lady, that is not a name for the Lake Maiden, I assume?
You gather that he's talking about Bryn.
Okay, I was suspecting.
Do.
So endear myself to Bryn and earn accolades. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
All right. So then I'll come out of the stupor. That was sweet, DM. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, and as you sort of come back to consciousness, just sort of fading in the distance, you hear sort of lupine laughter.
Yeah, that was good.
So Locke will immediately like whip his head over to Bryn and be like,
What is your mission? What are you here for?
Bryn kind of jumps back a little bit, startled.
Goes, pricks up his ears when he hears that.
She's like, I'm just here to figure out what's going on, like everybody else.
You are Faye. Where do you come? Where? Who do you represent?
I'm the deputy ambassador of this realm.
of this realm?
For this realm. There we go.
Okay, and I guess he would have already known this, so I probably shouldn't be asking these questions.
I mean, it's okay. He's probably very excited and not necessarily like thinking through super clearly.
That's true. He's probably he's probably not thinking super rationally, but just like trying to hop to it. So I endear myself to her. So in his head, he's just like racking his brain what that could possibly mean.
Also, I just want to say, when you were asking those questions, I got a very, "What is your name?"
Yes.
Yeah.
vibe.
And so I basically say, like, yeah, you know, we're kind of the people who are in charge of what happens, what comes in, what comes out, and sounds like this Lake Maiden, this Graganon is here illegally and causing trouble. So we're here we got to stop it.
Now, when you say here illegally, do you mean
I
Are
perk up at
you-
illegally.
are you immigration patrol?
I feel like that's very reductive. I feel like we do a lot more than that, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should call you ICE instead. Well then, tell me about these laws that you enforce.
We just
Or DM maybe you can fill these in.
Yeah, so this would be common knowledge. Over the last 10-ish years, the realms have been realigning, and as a result of this, old, naturally occurring thin places between the worlds have been reopening. Powerful Fae can also like forcefully carve a way into the human realm. But the official powers, the Seelie Unseelie Alliance, and the Wild Fae, reluctantly, have agreed to not do that. And so they've been working with sort of human ambassadors and bureaucrats, basically to control this flow back and forth of knowledge from both sides, magic, technology, and people. It's been very, very limited. Queensboro has more Fae than most anywhere else in the world, and there's still only maybe a few hundred in the whole city of millions.
wow.
The Gwishki is not kind to my voice.
Yeah, that was quite a task.
Quite impressive.
I suspect he's not kind to anybody.
That's true.
It was a really good voice, though.
It was
Props.
Yeah.
Fun sort of folklore fact that you all would also know. Not that you would know why it would come up in this context. There's the Cat Sea, who is sort of the lord of Fae cats. There's the Gwishki, who is the lord of dark hounds. wolves and hellhounds and things of that nature. But there's also the QC, who is the lord of like fairy dogs. And he's sort of the lawful good side of the equation. He's like the faithful, obedient, righteous champion of the Fae. And he and Gwishki, they're cousins who hate each other, basically.
And then the cat thief is basically the chaotic neutral Cheshire cat.
Yeah, he's just smiling and laughing and just doing his own thing.
Yeah.
All right. So you know what you're facing. You know sort of the story of it. You know you need a banishment ritual. The banishment ritual does need certain items that are maybe a little unusual. Roland, you would know. There's a couple of places you all could get stuff like this, but if you need something sketchy and fast, you go to Midsum Pawn and Fine Goods.
Midsum Pawn and Fine Goods.
Yeah, it's a couple of blocks away.
I'm gonna let them know that I have a good place for lead.
Same pawn shop that Ghost came from?
Why, yes, it is.
Cool.
All right. Is there anything else y'all want to do here?
Not really. Head that way, light a cigarette, and get to it.
Yeah, let's go.
You start to light a cigarette before you're out of the archives, and it's the only time you all have seen Allenson like freak out, and he like full on like NBA goal denial smashes the cigarette off of your face, and it's like, no smoking in the archive. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry, that was a little intense. Just wait until you're outside and you're all good.
I'm going to start him and put one, like a new one, in my mouth, and then like start walking, but not light it yet.
Could I have had enough time to do arcane recovery in the library, DM?
Yeah, it was sort of low key. It wasn't a lot of work.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Just wanna.
Oh, so I got my
Does it function as a short rest? Long rest?
I would say all of you could take a short rest.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, I need to heal up more. I still have only a third of my health.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you could go ahead and blow all your hit die and get a good chunk back. Maybe all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have
All right.
anything like healing potions at all?
No.
Should we like buy food on the street to function for that? Or...
You might come across something here soon.
Yeah, we're going to a pawn shop.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
All good.
So you
I
all
also feel like you wouldn't leave us on the hang for a big battle either, so...
die. No, I'm very much of the Final Fantasy style. Like, here's a save point and like a healing fountain right before the boss fight. Because I want y'all to get to blow all your big powers and not have to like hold them all day.
Well, yeah. If I use my portent properly, I could prevent something like that. Some of you all from getting hit by a big attack.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
All right. So you all gather back up and make your way to Midsum Pawn and Fine Goods. The sign is ridiculous. It's those words in like giant neon letters, but there's also like, you know, those like two-phase neon, so it's like a little bit of animation.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a laughing, braying donkey head.
Okay, then.
And hit dice are weird. Sometimes it doesn't roll all of them. It looks like it probably just rolled one, so you can just roll out the rest yourself. So you all step into the pawn shop.
Use my phone.
There's so much junk in here. It's just like every imaginable kind of surface covered with junk. There's tables of junk and shelves of junk. There's like bookshelves of junk, not books, just more junk. There's all kinds of stuff. There's a counter in the back, and there's a door sort of off to the side behind the counter. Also behind the counter, the hazy sort of outline is of a really sort of shady looking guy with, it's sort of like a buzz cut that's grown out a little. He doesn't look threatening. He looks very sort of slovenly and it's just sort of like chilling back there. But when you sort of pierce through the glamour, he has a giant donkey head.
Oh.
Whoa.
Okay then.
And you see him go through this sort of chaotic flurry of responses as you all walk inside. So it's like, what, Cat, you weren't supposed to come back. Why are you? Oh, hey, Roland. Oh my gosh. And he sees Leon and Bryn and like ducks behind the counter.
No. You're okay. You're okay. They're with me.
You just see like donkey ears come up above the counter and then like eyes. And he sort of looks left to right and then like comes up and is like brushing himself off like
Nice.
So what can I do for this eclectic and varied band of people who have come into my fine establishment of used goods?
I kind of look to the others and say, when their business is concluded, perhaps you could give me some info.
He sort of says out of the corner of his mouth, like, yeah, sure. He's still looking very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have anything just sitting out around on the counter?
There's all kinds of stuff. Like, on the counter, it looks like a couple of items that he hasn't, like, priced yet. And it's, like, random junk. It's, like, a fairly nice-looking lighter. There's a watch that looks nice, but is probably fake. You see one of those, like tourist trap katanas. Just, like, weird stuff. Baseball glove, old magazines. It's just really, like, a cross-section of ridiculous stuff. Everyone make a perception check.
Okay.
Damn, even with my +4, I only rolled an 11.
Yeah, with my +4, I only rolled a 9. That's definitely my worst for the day.
Yep.
DM, how would you like me to do my
I don't want to hear
portent roll just before we do the big huge battle? How do you want me to show you the portent roll? Should I just roll like 2 separate d20s?
Yeah, just record them.
The 2 results are on that roll you just did, the 16 and 14.
Oh, it shows them?
Yeah,
Yeah, if
you can mouse
do
over
the
and see
number,
the
it says
formula.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay. Then I'll just use those.
Oh, geez. So this is a cool thing, but none of you see it. Sorry,
Can I roll
them's the
Can I roll
dice.
my Steel Defender?
No, the Steel Defender is only sort of like loosely sentient.
Oh, wait. My familiar, my corgi, my husky.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can give you an
stayed.
advantage on a check or make his own.
Yeah, I think he might have advantage on perception checks himself.
I feel like his is specifically hearing and smell.
Yes.
That's correct. These are only visual?
Yes, it is purely a visual phenomenon.
Okay, cool. Then, yeah, I'll just do a normal perception. He has +3 on perception, so that's not bad.
He gets closer. All you really notice is he just goes up and like there's like a low shelf, and he's passed by a lot of stuff, but every so often he stops and like sniffs at certain ones, like and that's all you gather. Maybe you all will notice something else here in a moment.
Try investigate maybe.
I
And,
would
like,
ask.
follow Korsky.
Locke would ask if he can examine whatever the dog was sniffing.
The donkey-headed man looks very nervous. Roland, you know this guy as B. He's like, yeah, sure. Just you break it, you buy it.
Sure. So then I'd like to cast Identify Ritual on it and see if I can figure out what it is.
He's been sniffing a baseball glove. It looks really old and worn out. Man, Identify is going to take you a while, though. Because
That's
Ritual
true.
is
It'll take-
10 minutes plus casting time.
Yeah, so it's 11 minutes.
Yeah, so you... I'll go ahead and tell you this first. The glove is like 250 gold marks. That's sort of the currency you all operate in.
How much are we supposed to have? Because I still have the starting gold of 20.
I think you all had like
have
essentially a
500
couple of
something
hundred
like
on
that?
hand.
I'll go with like 350 maybe.
Yeah, like you all had a little bit more to like buy some equipment with. You wouldn't be carrying a ton of cash.
Right.
But you notice like the price is wild. Like an old beat up baseball glove would be like 1 gold mark.
Sure.
And honestly, that's pushing it.
Right. So in 10 minutes, I'll know why it's so expensive, I suppose.
Yeah.
Unless
So
it's
you
sentimental value.
you get down and start looking at it. And B is still sort of nervously twining his fingers like, so is there anything else I can do for you all?
I'm going to mention like some of the items we need, or if we know any of them.
Ask about potions. Like health potions, please. I'm gonna have also Steel Cato is just wandering around the shop, just looking at things and like climbing on shelves and stuff.
Hey.
Being a cat nuisance.
If the cat breaks something, you pay for it.
Well, of course.
Um,
I basically commanded it to just be a nuisance, but don't break anything.
so he's making a list of this stuff. And Bryn and Leon, you all would know this because you had to think about this. The kind of stuff you need for this, some of it is fairly normal. Some of it is stuff that you all wouldn't keep on hand for the same reason people don't usually keep like radioactive material in their house.
Right. Dangerous kind of stuff. Like
You all sort of worked this out with some of your magic advisors, what it would take to send back a big, powerful fae. You would need at least 2 containment circles. There's a specific incantation that essentially like reverses a gate that you all worked out. You would need ritual fires. And you often also need some substance of the thing that you're going to send back or something similar. It's sort of a sympathetic chain. And so he sort of goes over the list like, all right, so for that first circle, you want, oh, geez, this is nasty. Cold iron shavings and chalk. For the second circle, black feathers and breadcrumbs. Yeah, I guess we got these. Ritual braziers. Yeah, I could get you most of this. Oh, that's a weird... Okay. My phone was giving me a notification I've never seen before.
Wow.
He reaches behind him and you see a couple of ashtrays. and he reaches up and he grabs two of them, and the way he grabs them is weird. And then when he pulls his hands back, the ashtrays become these like 2 foot tall, like shaped stone braziers on stands.
Oh wow!
And sort of like an illusion pulls back as he pulls them away, and he sets them down on the counter, grabs 2 more. You see it happen again. He goes back and it's like an old like cigar box, and he puts on like gloves before he handles it, and he pulls it out, and it's like duct taped shut. He's like, now I'm gonna hand this to you, and he hands it to Roland. Let's see, what else was it? You need the braziers. And he he's like, breadcrumbs and feathers. He literally like pulls like an old pillow off a shelf and just like tears it apart and stuffs it in a plastic bag. He pulls like a half-eaten sandwich out from under the counter, takes the bread off and just sort of like crumbles it into a little sack and ties it up. He sets all this out. He says, and some potions, eh? I mean, y'all are already racking up a pretty big bill here.
We're good for it.
Almost everyone in this room has gathered by now that B is a super shady dealer. Roland, you specifically know some shenanigans he's gotten up to that you've sort of helped out with. And Leon, you've at least heard of some of them. Ghost, you know for sure because he's illegally transported you out of the back of this room.
Yep.
So you might have some leverage to apply.
Yeah. Okay. He's not. Ghost isn't really gonna engage. He's gonna see what the other two do first. Because like he doesn't really, like beyond having been brought here by B, he doesn't really know anything else.
He's still just sort of like clicking away on a calculator, adding this up. He also he reaches and pulls out a 12-pack of cans.
Oh,
Yes.
And it's of this soda you're not familiar with. It's some kind of like local caffeinated ginger ale type thing. You're just sort of looking at the instructions on it. But when he he like pulls a little like piece of tape off of it, and it resolves into a little like wooden carrying case with about 10 red vials in it.
Nice.
cool.
Cool.
Does he have anything like brass knuckles or anything that would add to like my damage for my unarmed attacks?
Honestly, you're probably already doing as good as you're going to do.
Okay.
You've already got your champions wraps. Oh wait, who said that? Was that Leon or Roland?
That was Roland.
Oh, Roland, you have your fancy thing. It's already boosting your attacks.
Okay.
Sorry, if I am doing something on a different screen, I don't see who lights up.
That's okay. Okay.
Dropping some potions for y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
So, actually, I've kind of wanted to watch this. Roland, make an intimidation check.
Or should I?
Can I sell off my torches, by the way? Because it's just like I'm carrying 10 torches with dark vision. I don't need 10 pounds of torches.
Yeah, just drop them. They're not worth selling. But I tried to remove stuff people wouldn't need in this setting, but I didn't catch everything.
Yeah, I just like when I added my
Stuff.
That
Yeah,
is perfect.
Very nice.
So Roland, you sort of lean over and you say, "Come on, B. We're old friends. You remember the time I took care of the..." And you kind of look significantly over at like Leon and Bryn. You know, that stuff. And something weird happens. And I think all of you are close enough that you feel this.
We fall in love.
Honestly, a little bit. This sort of like intangible summer breeze blows through the room. Ooh. And it hits Bryn the hardest, Leon a moderate amount, Ghost and Locke, it's enough that you notice it, but Ghost, you feel this sort of neon sizzle, and it doesn't really affect you too much. Locke, you hear something like a distant howling, and it sort of fades from your mind. And B is just staring at Roland with like rapt admiration. Nice. He's like, "Oh yeah, of course. You're you're one of my. I'd do anything for you, man."
Locke interjects. Locke interjects for a second. Get a room, you two.
And B is just like, big eyes, just right at you, and he's just still sort of staring at you as he like hands all these things over and says, "Anything you need, man. Anything. You need me to kill someone for you?"
Awkward. I'm gonna like get that awkward smile and like lean back slightly as he like pushes things towards me. Of course.
All right.
I'd like my familiar to try and snag a potion off the counter without being noticed during this enraptured phase.
Well, that's part of the trick of this place is that you don't know what anything is until he pulls it. So like you saw him pull out.
I know what it is.
Well, he pulled out these potions that he gave to you, but until he like pulled them out, it looks like a 12-pack of soda.
Interesting. Okay.
And finally, that identify spell goes off, and this illusion flickers for a second, and you can see that this is actually like an old, like leather glove or like vambrace kind of thing, like an armor piece, and it's a glove of missile snaring.
Ooh,
nice. So you can catch any kind of projectile.
And what you're gathering is that mingled in with all the junk here are legit magic items that he is hiding in plain sight.
Nice.
So y'all might have cause to come back here if we return to the Queensboro. But for now, it is starting to get dark, and you notice it is starting to snow heavily again.
Did you say this glove costs 200 something?
It was like 350 or something wild.
Okay, but we have. You said we have 500 gold.
Well, you had that to buy equipment at the beginning. It was more just to represent like stuff you've picked up over the years. It's not necessarily like carrying around pocket money.
Right.
I'll drop mine to like 200 if that's okay with you.
We'll come back to it. He's
Like,
more here to set y'all up more so than for an extended shopping episode.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing Locke is thinking of is possibly buying this to give it to Bryn. Because his simple brain is like, I guess that would endear himself to her. he's like he's not a simple person, but in terms of like how to interact with other people, he's like, I
Yeah.
guess that would do it. That would do the trick.
His interpersonal emotional intelligence is not as developed.
Right. Right. So, he
Uh,
thinks,
so
"Huh,
so
maybe-
we'll say
maybe she
you
can
all
use this."
you all pack up all this stuff. You've got several bags worth. So here's how this will work mechanically. You basically have the ingredients for this banishment ritual, and the ingredients are a 90-foot circumference circle of cold iron shavings and chalk, a 60-foot circumference. It's really hard to type circumference, and this font is very tiny. My hands are cold.
Yeah, just put Cirque. Like, we know what you mean.
Of breadcrumbs and black feathers. You need to light 4 ritual fires. You also need some substance of the thing. So some kind of like sympathetic article of some kind. And then you need to chant the incantation. And the incantation is 10 rounds worth. It's a full minute. But
Well,
Back
that
in
is foreshadowing, people.
I need like a minute. I'll be back in just a bit.
yeah. So
If that's not foreshadowing, I don't know what it is.
so the nice thing about this is no one part of this has to be done by like the same person all the way through.
Oh, cool.
So you all can kind of be splitting these tasks amongst you. The tricky part is you need to go to the heart of the Grog Anon's demand to do it.
Okay. Alright, if we can take like a minute, I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll take like a quick 2-minute bathroom break, drink grab, and then we will head to Black Mountain Lake Park.
Does
Sound
the
cool.
quick question, DM? Does the chant incantation, is that like what spellcasters would call concentration?
It is not concentration. It just requires basically a full minute
verbal
of
component?
yeah. It's a full minute of spoken phrases.
Okay.
Cool. So like you can't be talking to other people, but you might be able to do other spells at the same time.
Well, no. Specifically,
Okay.
it would use up your action.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers the question. Cool. Yeah, that fits into the action.
So we
So
basically
somebody can't do a damn thing.
we have to spend 10 actions, one per round doing incantations.
Well, it's
You still
10
use
rounds.
reaction and bonus action, presumably.
Well, it's 10 actions total.
Right.
So that could be split between you, and it doesn't need to be like consecutive in the sense of one, then the next, then the next.
Okay.
Just like one of you could set up a brazier and another one could light it.
Right. And one of us could say the first word, and then 5 minutes later, another person could
Yeah.
say the second.
As long as
Or-
you get all these components into the right place and the right configuration at the center of this thing's power, you can banish it.
Okay. So all the chanting has to occur in that geography.
Yes, you can't like pre-chant.
Okay, cool. All right. Thanks, man.
All right, be right back.
Cool.
I really want to have some background music to run, but I'm a little nervous of Twitch and copyright infringement.
They can be a pain.
Yeah. Have you heard of on Spotify or on Twitter? There's that guy Harris Heller. He's allowing people to use his stuff. He has a playlist specifically called Stream Beats, and it's like there's like lo-fi, there's EDM, there's like a few categories he's got, but he's totally cool with people using his music on stream.
I think Spotify has some
Yeah, Spotify has them. That's where he
kind of
puts them
stuff
out.
too.
Yeah.
Cause I know like Bubba found a bunch of that stuff for LTN streams.
Yeah.
Colby, did you see what we were just talking about in Discord?
Yes, I'm gonna try. I think we're close enough to finish this off.
Oh,
Cool.
okay. I wasn't sure. I was kind of getting the vibe that like this could be like, you know, a few hour longer thing, and so I was like, oh hey, like if we do a second session, like that's totally cool.
Just to double check, how much time is that left?
Less than an hour.
I think as long as we're all kind of, we should be good.
Cool. Whatever works.
I like the dynamic and how it's sort of evolved. Maybe more for like a long-term campaign. I kind of miss from our Tarascon Flats Western. There was like a straightforward mission that forced you all to move along.
Right.
Because I kind of like the dynamic of like people have different motives and different things, but it's also like, oh snap, we've got X number of hours to do the whole thing.
It's a one shot. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one shot I ran was a campaign setting that I actually run it as a regular game now, but it's called A Tale of Fluff and Fury, and
That sounds awesome.
it's Muppets meets Game of Thrones basically.
Oh,
Nice.
And I worked on it for like over a month to get it down to like the right length, and I play tested it on my friends, and we ran like 5 hours, and I went, oh, this is not going to work in 3. I need to like, you know, chop down and really reduce.
Well, shoot, last week we ran for almost 7.
Yeah.
wow. At least several of us have stated that we're cool with splitting it into another session.
He said finish. We can probably finish it. So.
Yeah, I think we're good. Is everybody back?
Yeah. I definitely want to play in this world more, though. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
These are all
been
sort
really
of
good.
little glimpses. I've got a couple more one-shots to like try out on folks, and then maybe pick up another regular campaign to actually play through.
Please, I want it.
All right. Y'all are going to the park.
I want to get on the swings.
So you all come in from the south. By the way, this is Humboldt Park from Chicago. I've just literally like traced over Google Maps.
Nice.
So yeah, y'all are coming from the south down this path here. So it's now it's fully like, you know, by the time you've traveled back and forth, you spent time with Allinson, you bickered with B, you got all your stuff together, made it up to the park. It's probably fully dark now. It is bitter cold. There is nobody out. Like, you occasionally see cars in the distance, but this park is deserted. You come up by sort of a little parking lot, and there is a sort of artificial waterfall fountain thing to your right. And then there is the Black Mountain Lake. You see there's a small dock that sort of protrudes a little bit out. There's also... yes, I'll follow up on that in a minute, Ghost.
I gotta put my toe.
There's also like 2 small islands in the middle of the lake. And you notice as soon as you get here, that same feeling you had before, that sort of drew you all to that intersection is overpowering here. It is almost blizzard conditions, just sheets of snow and ice. Everything is coated, and actually the surface of the lake is frozen. What do y'all want to do?
Bring his coat up like to the neck.
Maybe we should do a bit of scouting just to make sure that there's nothing that's already here.
Yeah.
Protect the place.
Also, Ghost is gonna take a second. Like calls, like gets Roland's attention for a bit, and then he's gonna like touch him on the shoulder, speak a couple words, and hand a pair of rings to Roland, and if he puts them on, he will gain the effects of this. He's giving you a warding bond, gives you +1 AC, and bonuses and saving throws, resistance to all damage.
Now, you do want to look closely at that.
Yes, I see it.
You're going to take basically half the damage. That's where his resistance is going to come from.
Yeah.
All right. So if you are kind of looking around, choose either perception or investigation and give me a roll.
Perception, since I'm better.
That's not bad at all.
I'm eating worthless.
Oh, so low. I rolled a 1. Jeez.
Gross.
That's terrible. That's bad.
All right.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 with a 6 bonus. Jeez.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 with a 2 bonus.
So
Leon should have dark vision too, right? It's not. I'm not the only one who has it.
I believe I do. Let me know.
Can I roll? Can I roll my familiar?
yes, or your familiar can give you advantage.
Yeah,
but I can go ahead and tell you.
I'll do advantage. I'll do advantage then. Yeah, I'll just roll another one.
Yeah, I've definitely got dark vision.
That's better.
All right.
I have dark vision. She just apparently can't use it.
So you all are kind of searching around, and you notice a couple of things. One, this is obviously the exact same magical effect you saw earlier, but amplified. You suspect that this whole space is currently intersecting with fairy in a very powerful way. So not only do you not see any people around, you suspect that an average person couldn't actually enter this space on their own right now. So you notice, again, the water's completely frozen, but with a couple of really good perception checks, Ghost and Locke, you kind of look out over the water and point, and you actually see there's little like glowing spots, like almost like slightly raised, almost like slightly raised mounds protruding just a little bit from the ice, and they're sort of pulsing gently. Just a little bit of this like blue-white energy.
Mm-hmm. All right, Locke, as the picture might indicate, has had enough of hiding. He's just tired of it, and he notices, given all this Fae activity and people in the party that are openly Fae, he's just like, whatever, and just clicks his ring of disguise off, a ring of seeming, and now he actually looks like the gnome that he really is.
Nice.
Gross.
Can I, if I equip one of my weapons, can I use it to see further away?
If you what, one of your weapons?
If I pull out one of my weapons, can I use it to see further away, like a scope?
I would think that with the way they're designed, they're not going to add very much.
I was just wondering if like I might be able to like take a perception with advantage to get a better look at these glowy bits.
Honestly, with at the distance you're at, you're kind of seeing it as well as you're going to. You're gonna have to like get closer and check them out, probably.
Okay.
You
I
only
just wanted
basically
to-
notice them because they're glowing a little, and they're just slightly raised, but not enough. It's just a bulge of ice, is what
Gotcha.
you're gathering.
So, if I missed this, forgive me. Are we at the maidens, or we're at the location that the phones told us was?
Yes, this is
Probably the
the
source.
center of the kidnappings.
Okay.
All 6 of them took place within like 4 or 5 blocks of here.
Yeah, this is pretty classic, like serial killer analysis, basically.
Yep. Getting our numbers on. So, what do you do?
Actually, I'm
Well-
gonna have.
What kind of terrain is this?
So the gray that you're seeing is roads and walking paths and like parking lot and paved areas. Green is grass. There's some trees sort of scattered throughout, but it's been pretty well cleared to have sort of open public space. There's 2 small islands. There's also like a concrete pier that goes out a little way, probably for like little, like, you know, those swan paddle boats places have.
Yeah.
But it's also very frozen.
I think as soon as we were walking in this, would this be an area that's familiar to Locke since he lives here?
I mean, you probably don't come hang out in parks a lot, but you've probably visited. You've probably heard people talk
he'd
about
know
bringing
about the-
kids here.
He'd know about the body of water.
Yes.
Okay, then on the way here, if you're cool with it, DM, I'd like for him to have ritually given everybody water breathing.
Sure.
So all of you, by the way, you're able to breathe underwater for 24 hours.
Cool, thank you. Just in case we end up in the ice.
Yep, I thought that might be useful. So
At the very least, when we banish her, all the ice on the lake, on the surface of the lake, might go away.
All right.
Okay.
So
so if
you
you all want to drop a fireball, go for it. It might help us.
so you all have water breathing now. You know there's some sort of like strange glowing bulges in the ice up ahead. What do you want to do?
I started with setting my my steel Kato forward to take a look. Take like it has a move speed of 40 feet, so I just like as soon as we got here, I sent it forward to go get a closer look at the ice bulges before the whole party started moving.
All right. I think this is the right one. Yeah. I went ahead and dropped your Steel Defender into your list. So it's going to move ahead. I'll have it make a perception
already on
check.
It's right here.
It definitely is. It definitely like. Oh well, with a 4, not a whole lot.
Oh, I think did I double click it? Oh, you wrote it for me.
Yeah, I'll give you the better one because it's. He actually has. Why does yours have lower? Oh, whatever you're clicking probably doesn't have your proficiency bonus added.
It has its the Steel Defender has its own perception +2.
Check the one that I just dropped in your extras tab.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me refresh the page. Oh, neat. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the Steel Defender has bonuses that increase by your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
And I imagine it's probably the missing +3 is your proficiency. So it kind of looks out ahead. It doesn't gather a whole lot more than you did, but the one thing that sticks out is there are 5 glowing bulges in the ice.
Oh.
You could chuck a rock and see if it reacts to it. Like actually get.
Wait,
Out here, this far, nothing happens.
I think I know what they are. Personally, not like in character, maybe, but I mean, I guess. But
I mean, this is where you have to decide how smart is your character.
I mean, I don't know. Personally, I think those are the kid. There's 5 bulges and they're kidnappings, so I think it's the kids.
That's really
It's kind of what I was thinking too.
like they're being
Oh, I thought-
encased in ice.
Wait a minute.
So what are you guys gonna do?
Nobody else is starting to move yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to get a move on, so I'm just gonna move forward, up, probably up here, so,
Cool.
and just I guess just keep. I
All
don't
right.
know, maybe.
So you can definitely sort of walk out over the ice. It's going to have some hindrance to your movement probably, or you can just sort of don't worry about going just like a little bit at a time. Where do you all want to sort of set off from?
Friends, I
Pick
have
a part of
many
shore,
words
and we'll
that
put
can
you all
help
there.
us with this. Let my familiar and my invisible friend take a look.
Get off me.
I'll be right there.
Mouse.
For real,
Stop it.
for real though, like I can send stuff that doesn't matter to go check it out so that we don't take damage.
Would
Yeah.
you be able to put up like where the bulges actually are?
Yeah, you all are like way back. The bulges are sort of to the east and northeast of that northernmost island.
Oh,
So you all are very far back.
okay,
Yes,
then
they're
we'll,
way up here.
we'll just draw near to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What do
think
you think? Like after this little bridge? Here, let me.
I can literally send my familiar. I think as
Like
far
up
as
here?
I want.
It has its own walking speed, and no, it has a 120-foot range, I think.
At least go like.
I know that it has a like range that it can be away from you before it basically despawns. Let me
Well,
read.
that, I think that's the unseen servant has like a 60.
No, when your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically.
Right.
But
nothing in the spell says the familiar can't go out of that zone. It's
You're-
just I can't communicate telepathically.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna help you all out here. So once you all getting closer to that northernmost island, you all see something familiar. There are those flickering clouds of like zipping, chittering lights flying around. You spot several, and they're all kind of flying over approximately the same space as where the children are.
Okay.
They're kind of in that same area.
Thanks for confirming that it's the children.
Y'all aren't dumb. You can figure it out. So you see these sort of glowing pockets here. You see these things moving above it. What do you want to do?
Oh, I guess I could, stop being lazy and actually like move over here. Get over here. Get over here.
Let me do some measuring real quick. I think he's gonna post right about here.
Could I, in a sense, potentially actually charm these things?
Was that Roland?
Yes.
There is a non-zero chance.
Non-zero chance.
Okay.
I like that.
That's amazing. That's almost as good as it appears to you that it is safe.
Yeah.
I mean,
given
usually-
his encounter with it previously, Ghost is gonna pull out an extremely cool object. Thanks so much for this dope ass shit. Right here. And then he's gonna take a shot at this one.
Oh, all right. Everybody roll for initiative.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, this is it.
Go ahead and roll
Do
again.
like a stealthy corgi infiltration.
Answer, Ryan!
Go ahead and roll that attack again because it wasn't aware you were there. It wasn't paying you any attention.
Okay.
Initiative.
Could you all imagine like the husky corgi sliding across the ice? It'd be great.
I really want to see the husky.
My initiative was terrible this time.
That's a beautiful roll, Leon.
He's gonna do it anyway, but it's gonna be in combat, I guess.
I don't know what's. I mean, being the first one is tough, but I think a low roll like that might help.
Dan, I roll initiative for the familiar too, don't I?
Just have it move on your turn. It's easier to keep track of.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's funny to me that one of the things they did in 5th edition was get rid of all of these extra like complications for the initiative order, but then all of the like summons and things mess it up.
Oh
Yeah.
The summon stuff makes your life a lot harder for sure. I agree.
Yeah.
3.
I love them getting rid of touch attacks because, you know, you just have to reach out and touch somebody, but now you have to worry about their AC. It's fun.
Yeah. Well, and it was even more complicated before because things had multiple kinds of AC. Because I came over from Pathfinder, and in Pathfinder, like, it was a lot to keep track of. All right, so
like Pathfinder.
you all are starting to sort of sneak up, and I think you all are kind of discussing your plan amongst you, getting close. One quick question: Who has? Roland has the cold iron shavings. Who has the feathers and breadcrumbs? And who has the 4 bracers?
Ghost is letting everybody else carry everything because this isn't really his jam, his knowledge.
It will be.
Guys, I think that actually if these are just physical tasks, I think my unseen servant could take one of them.
That's a very good point.
Okay.
So,
All right.
If it's just like the ritual fires, place in light ritual fires, I think my unseen servant can handle that.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
So I'll take those with him.
That's simple enough.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that, these are
Also-
4 big, like, heavy pieces of stone sculpture work. Like, let me
Okay.
double check if there's a
I did
limit on
point
what.
out people.
think you
Since
live like 15
I
pounds.
did make an attack. You
It has
see
a
him
strength of
pause.
2. I would say an unseen servant could carry one of these,
Fair enough.
or the unseen servant could easily light them. But you might
Yeah,
need someone
I'll have-
stronger to place them.
Yeah, I'm happy to have him place and light one on his own, and then
Could the-
I can take the other 3 just with my character to block.
Could the cat make a circle with the feathers? Just like
The
run around and
RoboCat?
draw a circle.
Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, no, DM.
Yeah.
I'd like to have my unseen servant and my bicycle, which is actually a steed, run around together and just put all of the have the steed carry all of the fires, these things, and the unseen servant can just pick one up at a time and light them.
All right.
Is that cool with you?
You can go for it.
All right. That's what I'm going to do, and then Locke himself can do something else.
If I may, I need to tell you things. I need to tell y'all stuff. So you saw Ghost like pull out a rifle out from underneath his coat, and you really just can't like get a good look at it. Like it's just not visually clear.
So I forgot
The
about
only
it.
the only detail you can notice is a motif on it of 9 dancing cats carrying a coffin. I know, right? But it kind of like flickers in and out of sight, and then all of a sudden, after he fires it, and he just immediately disappears.
Oh, did you crit on that?
Yeah, I rolled a 19.
Oh, yeah. I didn't look at the
It
math.
crits on 19 or 20, and when I crit, both me and the rifle turn invisible.
All right.
Cool.
You are invisible. And so you distributed. Roland
So
has the
you're
cold iron.
invisible, but you also cannot see your own gun.
Good question.
All right. So the gun
That's
fires.
like Wonder Woman and her seatbelt. Invisible plane.
So the gun fires. Ghost just vanishes. There's no like fancy effect. Just gone. And the sprites definitely know you're there now. So the first sprite, they have 50 feet of movement. Do a little math. They're still going to approach. So it's going to take a dash to Robocat. This one's going to dash. Actually, it's going to go straight for the weird mobile bicycle.
Oh.
This one's going to move forward because it saw Ghost do something. All right. None of them actually get an attack off this turn. It is Roland's turn.
Who let him roll better than me?
All right, I'm gonna go up and attack this one right here.
All right.
Bam!
Make that attack.
I will.
Whether you do it, the dice will say or not.
Apparently not. Another attack, I guess.
That does not hit. Make another.
What about second?
Second one does hit.
And I'll attack again, depending on how much damage it actually does.
No, you punch it, and that gold green energy pulses through it, and it just disperses all of them into like water droplets that fall to the ground.
Right.
So you have one more attack on a bonus action. Also, if you have any movement left, you can space your attacks with your movement however you want. So if you can get to someone else, you can still attack.
Yeah, so what I'll be able to get up to here to attack this one?
What's your movement speed total? I'm guessing it's too far. Yeah, you only move 40. So like you could maybe get to like
And bonus since I'm a monk and not wearing armor.
Yeah. So your speed is 40 right now.
you could probably get up to there. Crossing the ice might be difficult anyway. And just to let you know mechanically how the ice is going to work, you can make a check to move across it at full speed. If you fail the check, you're going to fall. If you or you can move at half speed and not have a problem.
That's what I was thinking, was more just half speed personally.
Yeah, I'll do half speed.
All right, that gets you to there. All right, next is Bryn.
Oh boy, let's see, where am I?
Might have actually gotten to the island then, since I'm crossing the ice half speed.
If you cross it, well, sorry, half speed is a weird way to phrase it. It's going to cost you twice as much movement, and so you don't have enough to move up from where you were and to move across the ice.
Gotcha. We're good.
All right, Bryn.
Okay, she's gonna stay where she's at, so since I don't have to move to hit anybody.
Nerd.
You're a nerd. And that is the wrong window. Okay.
Also, wizards are the nerdy ones. Warlocks are the ones with a magic sugar daddy.
Yeah.
Or they're rich kids.
They're like, which, you know, so like, they're like.
First bolt misses. You got one more.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna miss. Let's see.
Second bolt hits. Which one are you aiming at?
Let's go here.
You disperse it into a spray of water.
Nice.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
All right, it is Locke's turn.
Okay, so do we, DM, have the understanding that these things just have to be done, like the braziers just have to be lit on this map that we're on right now, or is there something more specific?
So the braziers are going to align to the points of the circle. So the four cardinal directions, each side is going to have a brazier.
Oh, I see. Okay, so wherever these little purple places that you circled, is that what you're saying?
No, those are the places where the ice is bulging.
Okay, so just wherever they put up these circumferences, that's where the braziers need to be.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'm not gonna have. They can't light them then yet because the steel things aren't built yet, I assume.
Right. They have to be placed, and then they can be lit. You could place them ahead of the circles, but it just locks you in on where the circle goes.
Right. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what I can do for the ritual. Is anybody doing incantations yet?
No. Also, make a quick Arcana check, everybody.
All right.
This is like that perception check in the store all over again. Oh no! Come on,
gonna do
Leon, bring
advantage.
it home.
Can I get advantage because of my weasel, or should I just make the weasel do it?
No, there's got to be a realistic reason, like how your corgi could help you, and your corgi is not a master of the arcane.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
You know what? It's close enough though. Ghost and Locke. You would guess that probably the remains of one of these sprites would be enough of a sympathetic connection for this spell.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. So that would fulfill that part. So, but that means we have to harvest from them.
Yeah, the ones that have died, you could probably go literally like scoop the snow there, or the one who killed them. So like Roland would have had some next. It'd be next to your cat.
Okay, cool.
All right, what you doing?
Okay, so it's my turn. I'm just gonna stay on my bicycle. I'm not gonna send it off into nowhere like I was thinking before. Yeah, I'll have my unseen servant walk up ahead of me, and well, I probably can't do that. And does my familiar move as a bonus action? I suppose.
Your familiar takes its own movement.
That's right. That's right. It's the unseen servant. It's a bonus action.
Yeah, the unseen
Yeah.
servant moves on your turn.
Okay, cool. So unseen servant just moves straight ahead, up closer to the rest of the group. So like up right here. I will have Locke. What is he? 80 feet from that one and 70 feet from that one. Okay, so he's gonna walk 25 feet. So gonna go up here. Yeah.
That'll be our unseen servant.
Okay, cool. And then Locke is going to 60 feet. Okay, cool. They haven't taken any damage, I suppose, but they also seem to die from any damage. So let's do 60 feet. We'll do Toll the Dead on that lower right one.
All right, that is a wisdom save.
Yep, 15.
I'm imagining they're not that wise, but let's take a look. They're not very smart. They do okay, especially if they roll a natural 20.
Oh.
See what we get.
All right, you see a pulse go from all 5 of the mounds, and it sort of disperses down into the ice, and the ice starts to move.
Okay.
What is this icon that's next to my cat? I don't recognize that.
That's the unseen servant, and the one below it is the fine steed. Even though it's supposed to be a bike, for some reason I didn't think to prepare a bike. Sorry.
How dare you?
There's you never even like Matt Mercer and Brennan Lee Mulligan with their army of production people don't always have the right miniature, so I feel okay.
Fair.
No, it's totally fine.
So one of those giant frozen wolves comes up out of the ice.
Oh boy.
And yeah, it bounds forward and is going to take a bite at Roland. You also notice the wolf not bothered by the ice. Oh, actually, is he going to bite?
Sure.
I mean, he's a winter wolf.
Actually, it runs forward, and you see it sort of inhaling as it runs, and it lets out a giant like cloud of frozen mist. And the Steel Defender and Roland both need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Well, is that a spell, DM?
It is an action or ability.
Okay, so I couldn't counterspell it.
No.
Those wolves really like rolling.
Hey.
I will do. Can I do a portent here?
Jeez. Yes, but I mean they both rolled 20s. Well, not nat 20s, but they both succeeded very well. So you only take half damage. Each of you takes 12 points of cold damage. All right. You see another sort of pulse, but it's not from the mounds. It just sort of seems to run under the entire surface of the lake. And you see more of those blue creatures just come up out of the lake.
Oh no.
You suck, lady.
But she's about to answer that, probably.
All right. It is Ghost's turn.
Ghost is gonna move over. No, let me double check. Yeah, he's gonna move right. He's gonna move here. Right here. Boop. And let me check my weaponry. I have to check like ranges on everything. Okay, hold on. I need to read my traits. Okay, so he's gonna take a shot at either this one, at either this one or this one over here.
All right.
Since they're both the same range.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll an attack. I think you have 2 attacks.
I do, but does that still work with King's Claw?
Yeah.
Okay. I do need to reload it though, right?
No.
It does have the loading property as a rifle. I don't think you specified what the reload like rate is though.
Go ahead and roll it, and let me take a look.
Okay.
I think I hadn't thought about it that much because I expected you to take the gunner feat, which negates it.
Yeah. It was a toss-up between gunner and sharpshooter, and I took sharpshooter.
So you can only make 1 attack with... man, that really does sort of constrict you. But the good news is you do hit on the first hit and take it out, and then you kind of have to reload. So it's out.
And
Anything
I
else you want to do?
Do become visible.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Leon, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to throw my hand axe at the closest one to me. So I'm going to do that. And let's see.
Oh, critical hit. You just obliterate it.
Very nice. Let me see. So I just have the one hand axe, I believe I do. So.
Yeah, usually.
All right. Let me check one more thing. Okay.
Keep in mind, you will have to go retrieve that hand axe.
Yeah,
Ah.
that's okay. I'm not too worried about it.
We're not going to
Just one
stress
of those
about
things.
that.
Yeah, I can do a lot more things than that. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to move, and then let me see here. Oops.
Remember, once you hit the ice, it's half movement
Yeah.
or an acrobatics check.
Okay. Okay, so I can move and attack again, possibly.
Yes,
Oh,
if you
no.
can get close enough.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not acrobatics.
You
It's
could
dexterity
probably move
saving
up to-
throw.
You could probably move it to the exact spot I'm on.
Yeah.
I think that's like 20, 25 feet. And then you'll be
Yeah.
right up on the wolf.
And you can
Okay,
move
no,
through allies, no
The
problem.
spot that Roland's on, not mine.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll come up here because I also have a whip, and that's got 10 feet of range.
All right, roll it. That'll hit.
Dang.
Roll damage.
Nice.
Max damage. You
Wow.
you whip out. I think for him, it's more of like a chain, like a length of chain that he carries.
Right. Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, it's very Street Fighter-esque and just.
Ghost Rider-esque, yeah.
So you just tear a big chunk out of the wolf. All right.
Sweet.
It is back to the sprites. One of them is going to go for Ghost, one for Leon. The other one is going to land on Locke, but doesn't have an action left to attack.
Oh.
Do I need to make a dex save?
They're both going to attack. Ghost, it misses you because your AC is crazy.
Oh, do I need to?
And the other one misses as well. It rolls a natural 1.
Oh.
On initiative count 20, the Grog Anon uses a lair action.
Oh dear.
Y'all in the D&D deep end.
Mm-hmm.
Jagged shards of ice suddenly like spear up out of the ice and tag Leon and Roland.
Okay.
It's like the only thing I can't roll with D&D Beyond. Weird. Mrs. Roland. Both of them miss.
Oh.
And now it is Roland's turn.
You said Mrs. Roland, and I was like, yes.
Bryn is not doing great with the poker face. All right. Roland, you're up.
Alrighty.
Oof.
So I have the wolf in front of me, and then there's kind of two sprites sort of adjacent, right?
There's one sprite to your right, one sprite sort of further south, and one further north.
Oh, that's the unseen servant, isn't it?
Yeah, unseen servant.
I'm going to attack the wolf with stun.
All right. So roll an attack.
I didn't think of doing anything with my my kitty because I'm not used to having a companion, by the way.
That'll hit. Roll damage, and it'll make a Constitution saving throw. which could have interesting repercussions. It fails the saving throw. RoboKitty needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Who does?
RoboKitty.
Oh, poo. All right.
Well, wouldn't I recognize that as an allied force, so wouldn't touch it, kind of like the others?
It's not your choice.
Yeah. You you swing out at the wolf, and again that gold green energy swells up, and a bolt of lightning lands at the same time as your fist, and just blasts into the wolf, and at least a little bit into RoboKitty. So go ahead and roll damage for that. I'll double check the saving throw.
You said it was 3d10?
Yep. RoboKitty failed, so it will take full damage. But the wolf failed too.
Ouch.
And checking if the Steel Defender has... Nope, no immunities that would help.
I'm marking it.
All right, so yeah, RoboKitty takes 14, Wolf takes an additional 14. So 24 points of damage to the Wolf. And you still have at least 2 more attacks.
Nice.
And the
yeah,
Wolf
right.
is stunned. And I believe if
I
it's
think-
stunned, your attacks are going to be with advantage.
Advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
On my next turn, it does this.
Am I only able to do that special thing once around?
It goes off whenever your stunning strike lands or you get a critical hit.
Alright, I'm going with stunning strikes again then.
You're gonna kill.
Well,
my
it's already
kitty.
stunned. So, like, you could do
Yeah,
it for the extra
point
damage,
to
but...
doing it again if it's already stunned. You can't apply the same condition, I think.
Oh, I can not do stunning if you want.
Please don't kill my kitty.
all right, yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll
Still normal
damage.
attack, then. I guess it's been normal attack then.
Yep, go ahead and hit the damage on it. All right, 14 points of damage, and you've got 1 more attack for no key, or 2 more attacks for 2. You've hurt this wolf
monks are
pretty bad already.
Monks are
Helps do
really
normal
good.
attack.
Monks and rogues do a wild amount of damage. That hits, roll
Yeah.
damage. 8 more points.
Wow.
So you unleash this devastating flurry of blows, not literally, accompanied by this massive lightning strike. Just that green gold summer energy washes over the wolf from the lightning strike, and it's just twitching and unhappy. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Bryn, you're up.
All right, then I'm going to ignore this little fairy thing to my side and go for the wolf.
Nice.
Ah,
Let me double check. I do know I remember it's low AC. Nope, that misses. Oh no, there's advantage because it's stunned. So actually, that one hits. So roll 2 more times. Nice.
One.
All right, so that's 2 hits. Roll
Sweet.
damage twice.
That thing's gonna be dead.
Jeez.
hey.
23 points of damage. Yep. You
Very
drop
nice.
it.
Very
So it goes down. And do you want to do anything else?
Nope. I don't think there's anything else I can do. I think I'm good.
All right.
Maybe just kind of, wiggle away from from this dude a little bit. Shoot.
At the end of your turn, I'm going to do them in red because I feel like they'll blend too much otherwise. The ice pulses again, and a giant wall of blue-white ice juts up out of the lake.
For a second, I thought you were going to say giant walrus. Ah.
It's 30 feet long and 30 feet high and forms kind of an arc right there. And now it is Locke's turn.
So I've got a fairy on top of me,
Yep.
and then there's another fairy. Of course, the big baddie appears after my last turn, and now he's gone. I guess I'm just gonna kill the fairy. Don't think I can kill two of them. Let's do. Yeah. Let's do 2. I think I'm proficient in daggers, so I'm just gonna take out 2 daggers and make 2 attacks on the fairy.
All
You
right.
could also do shocking grasp can.
Oh, you can
Well,
make.
I'm gonna do green flame blade on one of these attacks. I can do that, right?
It would
Green
be.
Flame Blade is a spell. You have to
Yeah.
use an action.
Right, which I can use on one of the daggers, and then I can just use a normal dagger attack as a bonus action.
Yeah, you could dual wield. It's going to do like no damage, but that is possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and these fairies seem to dissipate no matter the damage. So
Yep.
that's
So
the
go
thing.
ahead and roll it.
All right, so let's do green flame blade.
Oh, did it roll an attack?
Oh, it looks like it just did the damage for some reason without doing an attack.
Yeah.
Okay. So do I just
Yeah.
roll?
When you cast the cantrip, it involved in the casting is making a melee attack.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
just
I
roll a normal dagger
dagger
attack too.
and then this will apply to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh well, it just rolled your first dagger attack in the process of doing the casting, and then when you make another attack, green flame blade will be active, and it should automatically add it.
Okay, so DM, should I just roll my dagger or should I roll?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a 17. It looks like.
Okay. Yeah, that hits. It's gone.
Cool.
And that's your actions. What you want to do?
Then I'll have him walk. Then I'll have him walk up on top of and get on top of the steed.
All right.
So I guess he's like, yeah, he's inside the steed. Oh no. And what kind of movement can I do now, given that I'm on the steed?
The steed
So that
will
went like
use
5,
its
10,
own
15 feet.
movement. I believe the steed has the stats of just like a horse. I believe it's 50 feet.
Right, because it'd be half of what he usually has, which is 100. Yeah, they said he has the horse stats, except it's 100 feet because he's
Yeah, speed of 100. Can travel 10 miles in an hour.
yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna have him, if I can, on the steed. Can I go 50 feet or 100, DM?
You can go 100 if you're traveling across ice. It costs 10 feet per square.
So good question that I should have asked earlier. How do you have find steed?
It's one of its spells.
It's a phantasm
Yeah,
whatever
Phantom
it's
Steed.
called. Yeah, it's Phantom Steed.
Oh,
it's
okay,
ritual.
there we go. Sorry, Find Steed is a paladin ability. That's why I was really
It's
confused.
Phantom Steed.
We
Which
just-
I'm just making it look like a bicycle, but it's actually a steed.
But it looks like you don't have Phantom Steed actually memorized. You could cast it
It's
as
a ritual cast.
yeah.
Right, I cast it as a
He
ritual
casted it hours ago.
a while ago. Yeah.
He
He
did
got
one
it
when he
back
first. He did one when we first got to the park.
Okay, cool. All right.
So what I'd like to do is run around. Let me see. I don't know how to get around.
If you drag and right click while you're dragging, then you can put a point and then keep dragging. So you can do that. So right click there and then keep dragging. And then like that.
Yeah, I'm doing a touchpad, so that's the problem.
Do you want me to show you?
I should probably have a mouse. Someone is doing it, so yeah.
That's me. Okay, where do you want to get to?
I think I want to get to that little island.
Like over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
So-
You should be able to do that easily.
So should I go 50 feet, DM, or can I go 100 feet?
If you go 100 feet, the horse is going to have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, then I'll just go 50 feet so that I'm solidly on the island. Go one more square.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool.
Alright, so-
at
I'll just
the
leave that there until you move your token.
at the end of your turn, another set of jagged spears of ice sort of form up out of this wall, and they stab at Roland, and they miss. And another one stabs at Leon, which hits for 13 cold damage.
Oh, okay.
And the lake pulses again. And
Guys, I gotta get ready for work.
yeah, I thought we could get through it, but I'm worried we're going to need to put a pin because we're about to lose tier as well.
I'm okay with that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
happy
I'm down to finish this up another day or something.
Yeah, I'll just keep the thing up so we know where we're at.
Yeah, and Roll20 will preserve everything exactly
Yeah,
as it
Roll20
is.
Roll20 will keep it going.
Awesome.
Yeah, I hate to cut
Bye,
us
guys.
off. We're
That was
so
fun.
close,
I'll
but
catch you later.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for running this, Colby.
absolutely.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And hopefully we will continue to get to play in weird worlds.
Please.
Yeah, just
I'm
let us
very
know when you want to finish up.
Yeah. If we want to get it in the near future, it would probably have to be either tomorrow sometime, Monday evening sometime, or it's going to have to wait like 2 weeks.
Either way. I mean, I don't know what time Pat works on Monday. He doesn't have his schedule yet, but
Yeah.
My
We'll,
Monday's open.
we'll figure out availability in the Discord. That way we can kind of...
Yeah, I mean, Monday is probably easy for a lot of us because it's MLK Day.
Oh, that's true.
So I can do Monday or tomorrow. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I do have a different, like, campaign session scheduled, but that's at, like, that's, like, from, like, 2 to 4:30, Pacific. And that's scheduled
4:30. So
tomorrow.
that's like 3 to...
But Monday would be fine.
Is that one off from Central or 2?
That's 2 off from Central. I'm in Texas, so that's 4 to 6:30 my time.
Okay, yeah. I could pop in like yeah, we'll look at Monday. We'll play with it because it'll be easier to do it typed out.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of like we need like some kind of clock app that will adjust time zones for us.
I think Moodle or not Moodle. There is an app. There is a special app that's good for this kind of scheduling stuff that I'm trying to remember the name of.
okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the stream.
All right.
Thank you for streaming.
Oh, of course. Thanks for giving me something to stream.
All right. Thanks, DM. Adios.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, thank y'all for playing.
Heck yes, I'm going to. Yeah, I agree. Let us play in this world again after this one shot. I think this is a really cool world.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to say goodbye to Ghost after the next session. It's one of
There's so
my
much fun
favorite
stuff
characters
to
I've
dig
created
into.
so far.
All right. Well, I will catch you all later then.
Yeah, it was a good
Yeah.
plan, Real.
All right. Peace.
I'll see y'all around.
See you around.
And a wonderful evening to you all as well.